Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim!
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Prime Minister, dear colleagues, good morning to everyone. Welcome to all participants of the Conference of Speakers of the European Union. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to today's interparliamentary conference organized by the Hungarian National Assembly. In the context of the Hungarian EU presidency's parliamentary cooperation, we welcomed over 1,000 participants to Hungary during the 6 conferences held in the second half of last year, and I am delighted that today's conference is attended by so many delegations. In addition to the presidents and vice presidents of parliaments of the member states, I would like to welcome the parliamentary delegations of candidate countries, and I would like to welcome the heads of delegations present as observers and the delegation of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I would like to inform you that besides Hungarian, English and French, at the request of delegations by Austrian, Bulgarian, Czech, Greek, Latvian, Italian, Spanish, Slovak, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegrin, Turkish and Ukrainian have requested interpreting. All of our guests arrived at today's conference via Kossuth Square, the square which is named after Lajos Kossuth, who was the leader of the 1848-49 revolution and war of independence that resulted in the birth of modern Hungarian. He was a Hungarian statesman who, ahead of everyone else in the modern Western world, defined the concept of democracy as follows: everything for the people and everything by the people, and nothing without the people. On behalf of the Hungarian people today and Kossuth people, I would like to welcome you to Hungary. And as the host of this conference, I would like to invite the Prime Minister of Hungary, Mr. Viktor Orbán, to deliver his opening address from the lectern. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May I extend my most cordial and special welcome to all of you in Hungary amidst the walls of the Hungarian National Assembly, and thank you very much for receiving the floor. This is not without reason. Since 1990, the first 3 elections, I have been a member of parliament between 1994 and 1998. I was the chair of the EU Integration Committee of the Hungarian National Assembly and also co-chair of the said committee. And I am also the doyen of the Council of Europe. And for 16 years, I was heading the opposition, so I know both sides of the coin of working in the parliament. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. The conference of the speakers of the parliaments of the European Union is the highest level of interparliamentary cooperation. This task is serious. The determination of the strategic goals of cooperation, you would not have found a better venue than the upper house of the Parliament of Hungary. The lower house has always provided a venue for political clashes, and while the upper house still existed, it was always a venue for cooperation and strategic debates. Today, I would like to ask you to form a dialogue on 2 strategic issues which for the next decades will determine the fates of Europe and its member states and determine the role played by national parliaments. The first is the protection of national sovereignty, and the second is the issue of the accession of Ukraine to the European Union. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we witness such a level of change, transformation in Europe, which is only comparable to the birth of modern nation states, the Treaty of Westphalia. The world is reorganized. The way of thinking of the Western world is also in transformation, and us Europeans have to provide an answer, a response to that. There are new winds blowing in the United States. Progressive liberalism's program has failed, and it has been taken over by a patriotic policy. This change is not only an internal political development in the United States, it also has significant international consequences. We know nothing certain of the future, since we cannot. But we believe that in the United States that it was not an election accident, but a new era has started. In the past 80 years, the United States was interested in maintaining liberal international order. This has come to an end. It has now started the dismantling of that, since it no longer sees it fitting in with its own interests. The order of the old world on the other side of the ocean has come to an end for them. China, in the meanwhile, is rushing ahead in development, not only in industrial capacity, but also when it comes to the quality of its technology. It is our competitor. India is preparing to step out onto the stage of world politics, the most populous country in the world, not only in its population, but also in its economic and technological ambitions, is a great power. Behind it stands the largest market of the world, and it has everything available to become a center of power comparable to China. What is the situation here in Europe? Europe is unprepared. It is as if it is with the responses of the last decades that we wish to solve the problems, the issues of the upcoming decades. But the old truths no longer work. The world has changed, and we Europeans have not followed suit. I have been a member of the European Council for 15 years. I have experienced firsthand the wasted years, the drifting of 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, if we had led Hungary as the Commission has led Europe, then we would have gone bankrupt. The Western strategy striving to break Russia has failed. No one dares to admit. But we have lost this war. The economy of Russia has not collapsed. The sanctions did not achieve their objectives, and the Russians have prevented the NATO membership of Ukraine. The Americans, the US, has recognized that and are now negotiating. We Europeans continue the war and pretend as if we could win. I hope I am not right, but the end will be that we shall remain alone with the war in our neighborhood while we will turn all our money to an unattainable victory. We have given up on the successful economic strategy of Europe. Cheap energy, which was naturally Russian, and developed technology, mainly German, equals a competitive European economy. This was the old strategy. We have given up on that, and we have nothing new. We are standing in the middle of nowhere. Cheap energy has disappeared from Europe. American and Chinese corporations can acquire energy at 1/3 or 1/4 of the price of European companies, while we Europeans, due to the sanctions, can only get hold of energy in an expensive manner. The sanctions and the Green Deal together are ruining the European economy. Amidst these conditions, we are not competing, but we are drawing back. This is no longer a theoretical issue. This is the harsh economic truth, and that is why the European economy is standing in one place, is stagnating, and we are lucky if it is not diminishing. Today, out of 50 of the largest technological companies, only 4 are European. The difference between the US and the European GDP in the last 20 years has doubled in favor of the Americans. If we look at real income per capita since 2000, in the United States, this increased twice as fast as in the European Union. These problems independently are rather serious, but now they appear altogether. We require a new strategy and strong European leaders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today Europe is rich and weak. This is the most dangerous combination. Therefore, we primarily must strengthen Europe. We have historical experience pertaining to what a strong Europe looks like. In the jungle of complicated geopolitical debates, one thing remains certain. Europe, after the Peace of Westphalia, became strong and a world power due to the birth of nation states. The glorious era of Europe started with nation states, and that is what made it successful for centuries, and that is true for the past 80 years too. The success of the European Union is based upon the economic strength and political power of the nation states. The European Union is based upon the cooperation of nation states and could become successful through the powerful leaders of the member states. In fact, that is the only way it could have been created. That is the way it was established. And from that aspect, we can understand the importance of national parliaments. In Europe, there is no strong and successful nation state without a strong and successful national parliament. So briefly, and as a summary, the European Union can thank everything for the national parliament. The national parliaments are the historical venues and laboratories of the establishment of the democracy of the European Union. The joint European values that are so often referred to in Brussels are in reality born in the halls and corridors of the national parliaments. If the European Union wishes to be successful, then it must provide more respect for the national parliament. The national parliaments are not artificial institutions brought about by treaties, but are representatives of the people formulated intrinsically, and this must not be forgotten in Brussels either. And that is why it is controversial, and speaking from a high seat, when bureaucrats elected by no one educate the leaders of the national institutions and the elected officials on democracy and democratic values. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for 15 years now, I have seen that if Europe meets an issue, a problem, then the Brussels response was always the same. More jurisdiction for Brussels and less room for maneuvering for the member states. The center was always strengthened and the member states were always weakened. And the result of that was that the issue never diminished, but became more serious in nature. Financial crisis, migration, energy crisis, war, increasing EU competences, and increasing crisis. And what happened to those who resisted centralization and the diminishment of national competences? Those who differ from the choir, those who protect nation-state frameworks, they are threatened by withdrawing EU funds. And if that does not help, then Brussels makes it impossible for maneuvering for the national government, and it helps into power agent parties that serve their purposes in Hungary. And I say that firsthand, has been performed in 2018 and in 2022. This was attempted unsuccessfully, I might add. They are now trying to achieve that for a third time. But Hungary is not alone with that story. There are others too. By today, the situation has reached a part when, in the case of Hungary, they openly admit that they want to ruin our economy so that instead of a national government, they can place a puppet government that will do their bidding. Distinguished friends, the founding fathers did not establish the European Union for that purpose. This will not result in a strong but a weak Europe. In the meanwhile, the Brussels NGO scandal is increasing. It has turned out that the Brussels bureaucracy has provided hundreds of millions of public funds to those who were lobbyists of a federalistic Europe. You cannot call that anything else than an attempt at a coup against the national parliaments. The question is what the national parliaments can do against the iron rolling pin of the supranationalist Brussels. I would like to draw your attention to the resolution adopted by the Hungarian National Parliament of July 2022. The Hungarian National Assembly adopted a resolution in relation to the Hungarian position towards the future of the European Union, and this proposes the following. The Hungary proposes to delete from the treaties the increasingly tight cooperation. It would like to stipulate the neutrality, and it wishes to strengthen the principle of subsidiarity. It wishes to determine in a detailed catalogue the competences of the European Union. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if every national parliament would like that, then it would be realized. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I have to mention the thought. It is more than a thought, it is political will by today, according to which Ukraine should gain accession to the European Union. I'm aware of the fact that we do not think along the same lines concerning this issue. We respect positions which differ from ours. We continuously monitor them. We try to understand them and process these positions. I will now share with you the Hungarian position. We see that multiple member states wish to continue to support Ukraine, to continue the war. We have an opinion which differs from that. We believe that the longer the war is carried on, the more people die, and the worse the situation will become on the battlefield. With the continuation of the war, at least in our opinion, the situation in Europe will deteriorate. The thought, in fact, the proposal of the Commission that due to the war we should make it obligatory to seal ourselves off Russian energy would kill the Hungarian economy. I would not like to go into its impact on the European economy. I only wish to stipulate the fact that if this is implemented, then it will kill the Hungarian economy. Just imagine that the price of energy for households and corporations would be doubled in an instance. The Hungarian families would not survive that. Brussels cannot wish to bankrupt Hungarian families, and therefore we Hungarians want peace for that reason too, and we want to do away with the policies of economic sanctions. The issue of the accession of Ukraine to the European Union would deserve its own conference. All I can say now is that we, as a country neighboring Ukraine, see it as follows. If Ukraine is succeeded, then the war also gains accession. No country in war has ever gained accession for a good reason. Moreover, we Hungarians see it in a way that the economy of Ukraine would constitute a burden that the member states would not bear. I would like to remind everyone that we Hungarians and other Central European countries gained accession to the European Union because those who were already members gained a good deal with our accession. They did not practice a moral or social gesture, these old member states. They provided us accession because those already inside the Union found that beneficial and favorable. There were very precise calculations made. If you look at the figures, with the accession of Central and Eastern Europe, all the former member states gained the benefit. But in the case of Ukraine, the situation is different. This would be a bad deal. Agricultural crisis, unemployment, indebtedness, and a decrease in life quality. Why would we wish to assume that? I would kindly ask you, with great respect, to study the Hungarian position and think about our arguments. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if we indeed want to build a strong Europe, then a major role has to be assumed by the member states and parliaments. Those who do not assume their own roles will become mere decoration, and the story will continue without them. I believe that us members of national parliaments have to assume our role, and we Hungarians are ready to do so. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thanking the Prime Minister for his thoughts. Quite naturally, due to his other formal obligations, the Prime Minister has to leave. We wish him a good day, and I suggest we start our work. We will have two agenda items. First, we will exchange views on the future of the European Union, general perspectives, federalism or national sovereignty, under the first agenda item, and then we will continue our deliberations on closer to the voters, regionalism in Europe and the preservation of Europe's cultural identity. After discussing these two agenda items, we will then move on to the adoption of the presidency conclusions. At last night's meeting of the presidency troika, we have discussed the compromise text of the presidency conclusions, which incorporated a significant number of amendments proposed by the delegations. The troika has adopted the entire consolidated text. The paragraph discussing Ukraine has been further elaborated on this morning. The text following today morning's troika meeting, adopted after this troika meeting, will be sent to member state delegations. In order to finalize the text of the final document, technical amendments to the compromise text may still be submitted. Technical amendments may still be submitted until 12 o'clock noon today, in accordance with previous procedure. Please send them to the central email address of the conference. We are unfortunately not in a position to accept any further substantive amendments. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I now open the first thematic agenda item, which bears the title, The Future of the European Union, General Perspectives, Federalism or National Sovereignty. And if you will allow me, I would like to remain in my seat and share with you my thoughts on this topic. distinguished conference participants. There is a great deal of uncertainty surrounding the future of Europe, but perhaps I can say without the fear of contradiction that there is one thing we all know for sure. We know what kind of future we do not wish for our continent, our countries, our nations, and our children. We do not want a future shaped for us by some kind of a big brother, as George Orwell described in his novel 1984. We do not want to be subjects of an empire living in a permanent state of war, deprived of their personalities, identities, and national communities. We certainly do not want this kind of future for Europe, and through this conviction, we could even come to an agreement on what we all want instead. Exactly what the greatest European political project since the Second World War, the European Union, based on cooperation of nations of Europe, was created for. We want peace, we want democracy, and prosperity in Europe. Instead, today, before our very eyes, the European Union is turning from a promise of peace, democracy, and prosperity into a reality of war, dictatorship, and impoverishment. The European Union did not have political power, and perhaps even the will, to prevent the Russian-Ukrainian war through diplomatic means, nor did it have the economic power to curb Russia with its sanctions policy, because economic statistics show that the EU sanctions have caused more damage to EU member states than they did to Russia. The increase of the GDP last year in the European Union was 0.9%, within the Eurozone only 0.7%, whereas in Russia it was 4.3%. Despite the failures to date, the current incumbent EU political elite is seeking to drag the European Union into war, even in a military sense. The incumbent EU political elite is preparing to trample on the rules of internal democracy within the EU, the system of unanimous decision-making by member states guaranteed in the founding treaties, which would pave the way for the rule, if you wish, of a small group, dictatorship of a small group, claiming to represent the political majority, but lacking any real mandate, and a complete abolishment of member state sovereignty. The EU's economic decisions are making European industry uncompetitive, driving it away, ruining farmers, impoverishing the middle class, and cutting off vital links for the European economy. The European Union is losing out in every single aspect of the global restructuring, which, as can be seen from the result of recent democratic elections, is being felt by an increasing number of European citizens. The question begs itself, why is this happening? The answer is that the European Union has lost its balance. This situation of imbalance is quite tangible in the European Union's political relations, social policy, economic policy, energy policy, and foreign policy as well. The political balance of power between the European Commission and the national governments of the member states, as well as between the European Parliament and the national parliaments of the member states, has been upset. The EU's social policy is one where the EU political elite in Brussels has become detached from the will of the European voters. In the economic policy, for example, the balance between industrial policy and climate policy interests has been upset, with political ideology taking precedence over the laws of economy. In EU energy policy, the balance between traditional and renewable energy production has been upset. This imbalance was quite evident when, in the recent days, power supply disruptions affected 70 million European citizens. In EU foreign policy, the transatlantic cooperation that forms the axis of the Western world has been disrupted. While the current US administration is seeking peace, The European Union is seeking to continue the war between Russia and Ukraine on European soil, a misguided policy that has already caused long-term damage to the European economy. This loss of balance is quite obvious, but there is another imbalance factor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, which, albeit not so obvious to the European people as a 10-hour power outage is, but nevertheless, this imbalance exists. This, dear colleagues, is something we do not usually talk about in European politics, even though we should be talking about this. I'm referring to the relationship between public authority based on the common good and global private economic powers. Europe's global economic success achieved over the past 500 years is usually explained by various reasons. Europe's detractors claim that European achievements were made possible by the exploitation of the rest of the world, European colonization. Others, the defenders of Europe, claim that European education and creativity were the secret to the success. And there is truth to both explanations. But there is also another element of truth that is rarely mentioned. Over the past 500 years in Europe, or if we were to include the United States over the past 250 years, in the Western world, there has always been an extremely complex, delicate, but actual balance between the supreme power of the state, be it monarchy or a republic, and private economic powers. Let us remember the British East India Company, dear colleagues. According to economic historians, from 1600 onwards, for more than 200 years, they were the world's first global private economic power, with their own currency, their own army, their own justice system, and they were more wealthy than today's global capital fund managers, banks, and technology companies combined. In a rather reprehensible manner, this company plundered India as a colony, but did not want to colonize England, did not want to change the form of government of European countries, and did not want to abuse its capital power to indebt and then to herd European states into a modern empire in order to make it easier for them to control them and plunder them. The first global private economic power in world history did not want to dominate the European states of the time, but wanted to work with them, because this was how it could increase its own profits in its business model. It is a historic fact that over the past centuries, nowhere in the world has there been such a balance of power between legitimate state authority and private economic powers as it happened in the Western world, in Europe and the United States. This was the main source of strength for the Western world, and it was not the only factor in its success, but it was an indispensable one. The bad news is that this balance has now been completely disrupted throughout the Western world. It's been disrupted because during the past decade, global private powers have emerged as the biggest winners of the concentration of capital and information, and they no longer want to cooperate with public authorities of the Western world, but want to dominate them, since their business model is not based on cooperation with state authorities to increase their profits, but it is on acquiring control over the financial, economic, and human resources of states, i.e., a total extension of their influence over state authorities. In the Western world, thus also in the European Union, the fruits of economic growth, profits, are reaped everywhere by global private economic powers, while the burdens, such as the cost of training workforce, environmental damages, and many other costs, are borne by public authorities. Public authorities have budgets, while private powers have money. The depth of public authorities are growing, while the loan portfolios and interest income of private powers are increasing. The power of public authorities to enforce public interest is declining, while the power of private authorities to enforce private interest is growing. You, my colleagues, are just as familiar with the situation as I am, because every year, when your parliaments adopt their national budgets, you are confronted with the room for movement your governments have financially. According to World Bank data, the world's total debt, that is the combined debt of governments, companies, and households, in 1971 stood at 7 trillion US dollars. Last year, this was 307 trillion. Within the world's total indebtedness, sovereign debt reached 100 trillion US dollars. According to this year's data from the International Monetary Fund, the total debt of the world's countries will exceed the total gross domestic product, the combined GDP of all the countries in the world. It is therefore very clear that without changes, the current international financial system is unsustainable. It is not a question whether it will collapse. The question is when. The indebtedness of public authorities is not only an economic necessity, but also a matter of power. Global private economic powers are seeking to take control and authority over public authorities. You may remember the historic moment when an overseas speculator offered an additional 1 trillion euros in perpetual bonds, i.e. interest slavery, until the end of the time to supplement the extraordinary joint loan decided by the EU to deal with the economic problems caused by COVID, supposedly not only to address the climate crisis, but also to strengthen European unity. The idea of European federalism, the idea of a United States of Europe, is not the will of the European nation. It is the interest of creditors from outside of Europe. The majority of the member states of the European Union will only be creditworthy for a few more years, so they must be brought back together into a new entity that is creditworthy and could take further loans. And this is being done under the pretext of mitigating the global financial crisis, the economic damage caused by the pandemic, integrating immigrants, and the threat of war. This, dear colleagues, is the real driving force behind European federalist aspirations, but it is not the goal of interests of the European people. In the Western world, including Europe, it is the interest of people to restore the balance of power between the states as public authorities and global private economic powers, so that public and private interests are once again balanced. While in the Western world, the current US administration is making heroic attempts to restore this rational balance of power in its own country, in the words of the US president, they want to give America back to the Americans. The current leadership of the European Union is attempting to permanently surrender the Union to global private economic powers. The EU political elite in Brussels is currently working to take Europe away from the European people and to give it to others. They do not represent the interests of the Union in the wider world, but they represent interests outside Europe, within Europe. If there is no change, the European people will become victims of this EU policy. Honourable Conference, both real challenges and artificially generated crises serve as a basis for federalist aspirations, which in practical politics take the form of increasingly open and violent, aggressive centralization of power, suppression of genuine debate, increasingly harsh attacks on the sovereignty of EU member states, and the discrediting of political actors who question the legitimacy of Brussels' ambitions. A European Union built from the bottom up by sovereign nations in the spirit of subsidiarity, and the United States of Europe as an empire ruled by private powers are mutually exclusive possibilities if we do not wish to destroy the European Union, but rather strengthen our continent, which is currently struggling with multiple crises. Then we have to accept a practical compromise between the two fundamentally incompatible positions of a future Europe, and we should accept one that would result in respect for the status quo as originally laid down in the treaties. We are convinced that this is in the interest of Hungarian and European people and is also the key to maintaining European democracy, which we have to feel responsibility for. Distinguished colleagues, thank you very much for honoring me with your attention. And now I'd like to give the floor to the keynote speakers, and I would like to express my gratitude to them for accepting this request. I'd like to ask Mr. Walter Rosenkranz, President of the Austrian National Council, to deliver his introductory speech from the podium in 10 minutes.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Köver, werte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Distinguished Speaker, distinguished colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude for the honor and opportunity to speak on this important topic today in Budapest on behalf of the Austrian National Council. The future shall always remain an important topic. Let me begin with a survey conducted by the Austrian Society for European Policy in the December of 2024 to mark the 30th anniversary of Austria's accession to the EU on January 1st, 1995. Over the last 30 years, the number of people who supported Austria's EU membership averaged at 70%, while those who wanted to leave stood at 22%. Currently, 60% of those asked are in favor of membership, 25% want to leave, and 15% are unsure or did not respond. By way of comparison, in the referendum on Austria's accession to what was then the European Community, just over 66% voted in favor of accession, which means that there has been no significant change in this issue in the last 3 decades. Another finding of the survey was that over the past 5 years, the proportion of those who identify exclusively as Austrian has fallen from 61 to 43%, while those who identify as Austrian and European has risen from 34 to 47%. When asked whether cooperation within the EU should be deepened or reduced, 40% were in favor of deepening it and 30% in favor of reducing it. For 18%, the current level proved just right. These data reflect the basic attitude of Austrians towards the EU quite well. They fundamentally do not question the EU, but as for the assessment of whether membership brings advantages or disadvantages, often depends on one's point of view. Young people, especially students, see advantages for their education, as do large companies in the internal market, and the introduction of the euro is also viewed positively in Austria. However, the picture is different for small and medium-sized enterprises and farmers, where skepticism prevails. That is all I wish to add by way of introduction. The finality of the European Union has been discussed for decades. Founded after World War II, the EU was from the outset a community of peace and economic cooperation, with the keywords of European Coal and Steel Community, and which was intended to lead to integration in other areas as well, and was successful in doing so. With the establishment of the single market by Jacques Delors, the project gained momentum again after a period of Eurosclerosis. The Maastricht Treaty transferred additional powers to the European Parliament in particular, and the national parliaments also found ways, each on their own, to ensure democratic legitimacy vis-à-vis the representatives of the member states of the Council. With the further steps towards integration taken by the treaties of Amsterdam and Nice, it became clear that no further progress could be made without the acceptance of the European population. For this reason, attempts were made to involve civil society through the EU Convention on Fundamental Rights in 1999-2000 and the Constitutional Convention in 2002-2003. Nevertheless, a genuine European constitution failed. Symbols and terms such as laws apparently went too far for people. The Lisbon Treaty of 2009 was the last step towards integration for the time being. The Future Conference of 2021-22 marked a renewed attempt to press ahead with further integration, but there has been little talk of broadly accepted results. This is probably due to the fact that the EU has continued to be confronted with a multitude of other challenges in recent years. But especially now, when the multilateral world order as a whole is being called into question and the EU must reposition itself in this changing world order, it has become apparent that there is still no common answer to the debate on finality. So thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to discuss this important topic today. What is the situation today? The EU is a supranational organization, sui generis, which is neither a pure association of states nor a federal state. There are different views in our countries on where we should proceed from here. Those who advocate more European federalism, centralism, and greater integration argue that a unified policy in key areas such as climate protection, military defense, and the economy would be more efficient. Of course, this would involve relinquishing national powers, and it raises fears that everything would be decided in Brussels. Ideas of completely abandoning the principle of unanimity further fuel these fears. On the other side, the preservation of national sovereignty is seen as an opportunity to preserve cultural identities and choose flexible solutions for individual countries. As it is often the case, the truth probably lies somewhere in between. There are certain issues that cannot be resolved by any single country, not even a large one like Germany or France. In the past, the need for closer cooperation at the EU level has often only become apparent in crisis situations, such as migration or financial crises, the coronavirus pandemic, or in times of war in neighboring countries such as Ukraine. However, the conclusions were not always the same. In the financial crisis, for instance, there was a search for greater cooperation, while on migration issues, member states had to find national solutions in the absence of a European agreement. And this brings me to my next point, namely that cooperation at EU level only makes sense if it is visible and tangible to the people in our member states. EU integration for its own sake is doomed to failure. EU integration as an end in itself does not work. The focus must instead be on the following question: what further steps towards integration can be taken in which policy areas to achieve joint progress and genuine added value? And, on the other hand, where are the challenges that are actually better addressed by the individual EU member states? At present, it seems that the EU is finding it rather difficult to provide credible answers to pressing questions. Recently, in particular, we have often been left amazed by developments in world affairs and continue to struggle to maintain Europe's political weight in the global arena. And now for some examples for self-reflection. What role does the EU play in negotiating a just and sustainable peace on our doorstep for Ukraine? What role does the EU play in the Middle East? And I am not just referring to the conflict between Israel and Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip, but also other trouble spots in the region. When it comes to climate change, on the one hand, there are UN commitments and important targets for reducing CO2 emissions, while on the other hand, Europe runs the risk of losing even more competitiveness against other global players such as the US, China, and India as a result of overly strict rules and procedures. Why, for example, are leading German companies relocating their production to Asia? This is precisely where the omnibus regulation represented by the Commission on February 26 is intended to reduce the bureaucratic burden on companies, especially SMEs. This is an important step, but it would be even better to conduct a thorough critical review of expected bureaucratic burden before adopting legislative acts. This would save many costs and unnecessary efforts, and above all, frustration and skepticism among the European economy's top performers. It is also clear that the conflict interests make cooperation and, above all, getting people on board and gaining their understanding difficult. The debate on finality and thus the question of Europe's future will not be on the agenda at present, at least not in legal terms. At the political level, however, the current upheavals are leading to a clear need for action and also to measures and reactions at various levels. Some of these initiatives are taking place outside the EU framework. For example, the coalition of the willing initiated by President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer, and thus involving a country that had just left the EU not so long ago. The situation is clearer from a legal perspective with regard to the trade conflict fueled by President Trump, because there is no way around the fact that, given the EU's exclusive competences, the EU will be sitting at the negotiating table with the US in the event of any negotiations. In any case, whether we act as member states or as the EU as a whole, the immediate future of the EU must be determined by a need for pragmatic action. Our populations expect concrete answers to concrete questions and needs. This, therefore, this issue has to be on the agenda, and this is where national parliaments have a role to play, because they have a special role to play in monitoring the principle of subsidiarity, because it is absolutely necessary to always examine new legislative proposals in areas of shared competence to determine whether regulation by the EU legislator represents added value, or whether national or regional parliaments or municipalities are better suited to a task because they are closer to the citizens. The principle of subsidiarity forms an essential bridge between the various levels of regulation, and this bridge should be crossed more often. The Austrian Parliament takes its right to participate in EU affairs very seriously and has introduced a number of instruments since the Lisbon Treaty has come into force. This is not only to subject the principle of subsidiarity to ongoing review, but also to discuss European policy issues more frequently in the parliaments in Vienna in a manner that is obviously controversial, but as objective as possible, in order to interest the population in the EU. In this way, statements by the relevant committees of the Austrian National Council or Federal Council can even bind the members of the federal government in the Council, not only politically but also legally. So-called reasoned opinions can be issued within the framework of the subsidiarity procedure, and communications serve to express the political opinions of the European committees to the EU institutions. As a member state, some issues are naturally closer to us than others. This makes it all the more important to carefully examine at which levels decisions should be made. For me, therefore, the increased use of the existing instruments of the principle of subsidiarity is of central importance. For me, as I have mentioned, the increased use of existing instruments of the principle of subsidiarity is very important. As for the future, whether the EU continues to grow closer together or whether national sovereignty is strengthened will probably depend only in part on external circumstances. What is much more important is whether the EU will actually be able to resolve major issues that already exist and that no state can tackle alone. Only then will there be willingness for more joint action. If this fails, it should not come as a surprise to us if people in the member states place more trust in their own national institutions. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. And now I'd like to give the floor to Madam Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament. Madam President, please.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Speaker Kaver, dear President Rosenkrantz, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure for me to be here today in this beautiful and historic space, a palace built not for royalty, but for the people. As a parliamentarian, it is always a joy to speak in Europe's parliaments. They represent the fact that in our Europe, every nation, every region, every person has an important role to play in our shared democracy. Our Europe is as much Budapest as it is Brussels or Strasbourg, Riga or Dublin. It is not top-down or bottom-up, but a collaborative effort among parliamentary colleagues who are united in wanting a better future for their electorates, those who voted for them, and those they represent. The European spirit of cooperation is what makes our union so unique, because we know that Europe works best when it works together. The future of our shared continent does not lie exclusively in Europe or in the nation state, but in how much we can work together to improve the lives of Europeans everywhere. Not separated by invisible and needless barriers, but cooperating with vision and ambition. And in this task, we all have a role to play. Whenever I speak to fellow parliamentarians from across our union, the same issues are raised. I can tell you, in the election that we ran for collectively as European parliamentarians, including colleagues from this country, from Hungary, the same issues were raised. People are worried about paying their bills, about affording a home, about finding a job. And whilst we all know that Europe is not one size fits all, we have shown again and again that by working together, we can build real solutions to the problems that we all face, of course, with full respect to the principle of subsidiarity. We cemented our parliaments as the engines of European democracy in the context of the Lisbon Treaty, one of the more important systemic reforms of our union. Now, our task is to connect our efforts and fulfill our shared potential that is ultimately down to us, all of us. And this is why these annual conferences are so crucial, as are the various forms of interparliamentary cooperation that we have jointly constructed as national parliaments, as the European Parliament, to enable these discussions, whether it is within framework like COSAC to conferences like the European Parliamentary Week. But to shape the Europe of tomorrow, as is posited in the title of this session, our parliaments must go beyond simply participating in such formalized structures. We must work together side by side on a daily basis, deepening our cooperation rather than the opposite, by exchanging best practices, by sharing lessons, by collaborating on shared challenges. And in an increasingly uncertain world, Europe cannot be in a position where we are disunited or uncoordinated. And that's why I'm glad to see parliamentary colleagues and so many familiar faces from across Europe as we look forward to our even closer cooperation in the future years. Now, of course, there are detractors to this approach, those who would seek to reverse these advances, those who would urge us to look inwards, to close our doors and turn our backs on Europe and all it can offer us, our young people, all it can offer those people who last year went with conviction to vote for their representatives, no matter from which side of the political spectrum, to the European Parliament, whose job it is to deliver on the very questions that those citizens want from them. Now, we all agree that the European Union and our project is not perfect. It is, after all, a constant work in progress. But this should be more, not less, of an incentive to work together. And as parliamentary representatives who are democratically elected, it is up to us to set the agenda for our shared continent and to be ambitious, both for our national legislatures and for Europe. It is not a question of us versus you or you versus us. It is for this reason that the European Parliament remains one of the strongest advocates for enlargement. It is why we were the first to call for EU candidate status for Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. And it is why we continue to lead the call for European support of Ukraine in its fight for freedom. And it is why we will support the clearest and most unequivocal conclusions today on Ukraine, consistently with what we've collectively done in all our conclusions and our meetings since the invasion by Russia of Ukraine. It is also in the spirit of cooperation that the European Parliament has created last week the European Order of Merit. This is the first European distinction of its kind. Its aim is to recognize people who have contributed significantly to our European project. And we are asking you, and we can share material if you wish, speakers of European parliaments as you, in order to nominate our laureates. And I urge you to encourage your citizens, this is how the process will work, to approach you with ideas and proposals, because after all, this European Order of Merit is for them. Because ultimately, Europe is shaped by its democracies, and it is shaped by its citizens. It is, at its very basic, ultimately, what we make of it. So my plea to you, as we continue our work together, is to not waste this opportunity. Let's strengthen our cooperation and work together to build what our citizens want from us, and ultimately, that is a better Europe that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for your intervention, for your keynote speech. And following these introductory remarks, I will now open the floor to the debate. Based upon the applications received so far, 35 requests to speak have been received. Additional requests can be made at the table of the Secretariat. The speaking limit for time is 2.5 minutes, which we kindly ask you to respect. All speakers are kindly requested to speak from their own seats using their own microphone, and if possible, taking into consideration the interpreting, please, at a normal pace. It is not necessary to press any buttons, as the microphones will be switched on automatically according to the speaking order. I would also like to mention that you can see the passing of time, the 2.5 minute time limit on the monitors on the displays. I will also indicate with a discrete bell that the time is coming to an end, after which in 15 seconds the microphone will automatically be switched off. So I would kindly ask you to respect these rules for the sake of everyone. First, I will give the floor to the members of the Troika. The floor first goes to Madam Francina Armengol, the Congress of Deputies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the kind reception. It is indeed a great honor for me to share with you my thoughts at the Conference of Presidents of the Parliaments of the European Union on a subject that is of utmost importance to me. I would like to mention one thing initially. We ensure Ukraine, or assure Ukraine of our total solidarity when the only road ahead of us is the road to peace. And the way we see it, the accession of Ukraine to the EU is of key importance. One thing is certain, Europe is at a turning point. The pandemic and the war in Ukraine have created two crises that required us to take joint decisions and to work together to find solutions. Since then, however, the geopolitical situation has deteriorated further, and our world order is undergoing profound transformation. This situation presents us with unavoidable challenges. We cannot ignore the fact that the future of Europe currently depends on the reform of the European Union. We must improve the efficiency of the European Union's internal functioning. We must adapt to the complex geopolitical environment and prepare for the next upcoming enlargement. In response to these three-level challenges, a key issue in the institutional governance areas is the transition from unanimous decision-making to a qualified majority decision-making. The EU must also strengthen its identity and resolve crisis situations. And this must be performed in a way that we must not forget about the fact that our most important challenge is the climate crisis. With the climate change, or in the field of the fight against climate change, the European Union must continue to play a leading role, setting an example and become a reference point when it comes to innovation. And finally, we must not forget that Europe is a model of democracy and social welfare. Europe is a model of humanity, solidarity, justice, and dignity in the world. This exemplary Europe, which was born in the middle of the 20th century, must consolidate and strengthen its values in the 21st century, adapt to new challenges, and guarantee renewed rights and freedoms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, especially for keeping to the time limits. And now Mr. Pedro Roan Oleja receives the floor. Good morning to everyone. Amongst we pursue our activities amidst multiple superpowers, and only more solidified, consolidated Europe will be able to provide answers to these challenges, which has increasing influence. The European project, which was initiated 70 years ago, in which 27 countries participate now, which represents 450 million European citizens. In the history of mankind, this was the longest period of prosperity and well-being. The fact that we are European does not mean our loss of sovereignty. It means that we share our sovereignty for the sake of some greater good. We are completely aware of the fact that multiple reforms are required in order to continue to maintain the period of prosperity of the past 70 years for the upcoming generations. We must reinforce, strengthen ourselves in the field of industry, security, defense, welfare, and housing. We are absolutely aware of these facts, and if we are incapable of implementing these, the Eurosceptic or nationalistic processes might endanger the prosperity accumulated during the past 70 years. On the 75th anniversary of the Schuman Declaration, I'd like to emphasize the fact that we are not talking about applying the rule of the strongest. The EU must become an empire of law and justice. It's key to ensure that. We must ensure peace. And we must hand over another 75 years of prosperity to the upcoming generation. This is our responsibility, to provide the opportunity for the upcoming generation, the prosperity that we also participated in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have Søren Gerda from the Danish Parliament, followed by Milos Vystrčil from the Czech Senate.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned about the agenda. The agenda does by no means reflect a balanced starting point for our discussion on the future of Europe. The Presidency is launching this debate as a choice between national sovereignty and federalism. I believe this is a false contrast. Sovereignty is about the ability to make our own decisions, to decide on our own future. In a globalized world, we increase our sovereignty by cooperating with other European states, and this cooperation is by no means the same as federalism. When this is said, I would rather discuss Europe's real political challenges for the future. As speakers of EU national parliaments, we cannot discuss the future of Europe without addressing the single most concerns of this continent after the Second World War, Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. Therefore, we need to reaffirm our unwavering support to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, confirm our support for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace based on UN Charter and international law, commit ourselves to provide continued political, financially, military, and humanitarian support to Ukraine, and strongly condemn Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We did this in Slovenia, we did this in Prague, we did this in Palma. Let's do the same in Budapest today, and we should continue doing so for as long as it takes. Russia has unprovoked and illegally invaded Ukraine. Since the invasion, Ukraine has fought bravely for its freedom. Ukraine's fight for the freedom is a fight for freedom and democracy for all in Europe. It is important for us to stand together for the sake of our common European future. Let's unite, not divide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I give the floor to Mr. Milos Vystrčil, I'd like to propose something. If this is not against you, may I ask you to please stand? You can still use your lapel microphone attached to your clothing, and it is easier for everybody to follow, to know where the speaker is situated. This is just a recommendation. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues. Due to the very limited period of time we have awarded to our presentation, let me draw your attention to two threats I have registered in the course of this debate of ours. The first threat is pertaining to the federalism and the national sovereignty. I have to admit I do not completely understand that when I hear a sentence which says that federalism would exclude the national sovereignty. I'm convinced that these two things complement each other. The dichotomy is completely false. We all know it from sports. You have strong sportsmen and personalities working for the team are an integral part of the team. And this is the direction we should go in. And we should not instead indicate that it is not possible to have a strong national sovereignty without having a strong team, which would be the European Union. So I kindly ask you, let's not put these two things in contradiction. Let's try to merge it. Let's try to combine it, because we'll be stronger, as the Prime Minister Orban said, because only then Europe will be great. And then the second thing I wanted to mention is about the future of Europe. Europe is a part, or European Union is a part of Europe, and Ukraine is a part of Europe. Do we want to discuss the future of Europe without Ukraine? Do we really not want to mention Ukraine in our conclusions? How important it is for Europe and the European Union to make sure that Ukraine is strong? Because it's not the case that if we do not support Ukraine, we will be better off. It is exactly the opposite. And we all know it in the majority, so let's try to stick to that. So I'm very sorry, dear Mr. President, that we still do not have the final conclusions of the presidency, because then I have nothing to comment on. I don't know what the conclusions look like, so I don't even know what to propose. And I only was actually told that I can present technical recommendations without knowing the final conclusions. So let's try to make Europe great again, but let's start with ourselves first.
Dear Mr. President, just to calm everybody, you will shortly receive it, both printed and digital versions. We're waiting for the Spanish members of the Troika to approve the compromised text. Which compromise has already been reached amongst the Danish and Hungarian parties. The delay is due to our diligence. And now I will pass the floor on to Mr. Claude Wiesler. Thank you very much, distinguished speaker. The European Union is facing grave challenges currently. Democracy and the rule of law are threatened by dangers. Our sovereignty with Ukraine is of utmost importance from that aspect, as is our commitment towards the fact to bring to justice those Russians who perpetrated war crimes. Our solidarity with Ukraine was a natural response and shall remain until required. So the Ukrainian issue is a central aspect of the issue of the future of Europe. Everything that the European Union has been established against is displayed by this war on Ukraine, and this forces us to defend Europe and to support Ukraine. As for the issue between federalism and national sovereignty, that's a very interesting issue, but I do believe that it is a theoretical opposition, and I do believe that the European Union reinforces and strengthens national sovereignty. The operation of the European Union, the principle of subsidiarity, further reinforces the opportunities of European nations against the large powers of the world. So it also strengthens the sovereignty of European member states. We in Luxembourg support the enlargement of the European Union and with respect to fundamental European values, obviously, and with the reinforcement of our single markets. And this is not only true to the European Union, but each and every member state which have to provide an example in the field of the rule of law. So Europe should strengthen its influence. It should strengthen its military cooperation, and that is why I welcome the initiative of We Are Europe. Through that, we can show a new way of managing the issues. Naturally, we must reinforce our external borders, and the Schengen Agreement must also be maintained and strengthened. So the future of the European Union is about a strong Europe, which is founded on our democratic values. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Marko Lotric from Slovenia.
Colleagues, the European Union has proven itself in the past. It has emerged from crisis stronger and more united. Today, we are once again facing serious challenges: geopolitical tensions, technological lag, climate change, and migration. If the EU is to remain relevant, it must involve in a more ambitious political community, more strategic, more cohesive, and more active in the world. We have to focus on internal markets, aligning industrial and trading policy, and jointly facing public goods such as researches, digitalizations, cross-border infrastructure, and defense. Let me emphasize that competitiveness must be based on positive incentives and not on punitive policy. We need to stay up to date with the advancement and artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Therefore, we need a European innovation area, cohesion, and the common agriculture policy must remain key pillars of the Union, as they strengthen citizen trust and reduce development despairs. In this area of security, the EU must establish a more coherent defense framework that links internal and external security, including cyber resilience. We also need faster, more flexible decision-making process and reducing in bureaucracy. Last but not least, the EU must remain a global advocate for peace, the rule of law, fundamental values. Its credibility on the world stage depends on its internal unity. Slovenia supports a European Union that balances efficiency with respect for diversity. Only such a union will be first for the future, strategic, decisive, and truthful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Madam Anita Demetriou from Cyprus, to be followed by Jussi Halla-aho from Finland.
Hospitality. Today for me, ladies and gentlemen, is at least not an encouraging one. We are the leaders of Europe, and I do apologize, but I cannot think or discuss positions, direct or indirect, not to be clear about violations of international law or keep supporting Ukraine. Where are our values? The founders of the European Union didn't develop EU for interest. Europe is values, is principles, is punctuality, not absolute approaches. I know that times today are difficult, defined by profound uncertainty and unprecedented crisis. I know that the world is drastically changing. I know that Ukraine continues to defend freedom and sovereignty against an illegal invasion and ongoing occupation. I know that my country is still divided. The war in Gaza continues with devastating humanitarian consequences, instability in the Middle East, and across the Atlantic, President Trump is challenging the rules-based world order. I know that historic alliances are shaken and EU stands at a crossroad. But I know as well that we have no other option but to stay together, stick to our norms and principles. No one can differ from the Quad, otherwise the Quad will be demolished in the end of the day. For me, dear colleagues, no future European security architecture can be complete while an EU member state remains under foreign military occupation. And no third country can participate in this architecture if they cannot comply with our norms and principles. EU security must be built on unity, principles, and consistency. Dear colleagues, either we're gonna swim together, either we're gonna drown together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Jussi Halla from Finland, to be followed by Anthony Brine.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the global situation becomes increasingly unpredictable and the rules-based world order shows signs of crumbling, it is crucially important that Europe builds resilience and improves its ability to survive shocks and take care of itself. Ever since the end of the Cold War, we have outsourced many vital functions, become dependent on outside actors, and thus made ourselves vulnerable. Many European countries built their economies on cheap Russian gas and oil, ignoring the risks and warnings. Most European countries dismantled their defense capabilities, believing that conventional military threats were a thing of the past, and that the US would be indefinitely willing to pay for our security. And all of Europe is dependent on China for everything, from raw materials to industrial production. Learning from these mistakes and reversing these developments is the biggest and most urgent challenge that Europe faces. Russia is an immediate threat to our security. As we rebuild our defenses and help the Ukrainians, it is not enough that the frontline states do their fair share. Big countries must do more. Those countries that benefited from European solidarity during the financial crisis, the migrant crisis, and the COVID crisis must show similar solidarity towards the countries on the eastern flank of the EU and NATO. These three aspects of strategic autonomy, energy, defense, industry, have been much discussed over the past 3 years, but not enough has been achieved. The European Union is notoriously process-oriented, and it must become result-oriented. I sympathize with Prime Minister Orban's critical remarks on Europe, but not with his defeatist conclusions. Submitting to authoritarian imperialist regimes like Russia is hardly a European patriotic solution to our problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Anton de Bruin is up next from the Senate of the Netherlands.
The future of the European Union is strong. The way the member states have reacted to external threats to our common security and economy is proof of that. But it doesn't mean that we can rest on our laurels and sit back. We need to continue our common efforts to make sure the future of the EU stays strong, which, by the way, is not a matter of federalism. The strength of the EU is in its unity and diversity. With respect to each other's differences, the member states are capable to work together in ensuring an even stronger future for the European Union, such as the anachronistic and illegitimate invasion of Russia in the sovereign state of Ukraine. As parliaments, we have a role to play as well. Although the external threats to our European democracies are on top of everyone's heads these days, in my contribution today I would like to focus on the threats from within, especially on the internal threats to democracy, the rule of law and the European values, enshrined in the Treaty of the European Union. When these values are under threat, it is a duty of the EU parliaments to protect them. Colleagues, trust is the foundation of our democratic legal order of peace, security and prosperity. It is an essential counterpoint in today's world where humans increasingly struggle to get along with their peers, where trust is eroding, where frustration and shame lead to aggression, violence and terrorism, where government and citizens drift away from each other, where powerful but not unbreakable democracy is threatened from outside and from within. And that touches on geopolitical security. Liberal freedoms are under threat. Indifference and open hatred are rearing their heads. In the Netherlands too. Colleagues, in my country we are investigating through dialogue how to make common values and the rule of law a shared responsibility of society, of all citizens, with Parliament in the lead. This process can be of value to the European level and to all member states as well. I look forward to hearing what your ideas are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mr. Angelo Farrugia from Malta, followed by Lauri Hussar.
The European Union was not born from conquest, but it was born from conviction. It was never meant to be merely an economic bloc, but a peace project, rooted in solidarity, built on the ashes of conflict, and entrusted with a promise to protect our people through unity, not arms. And yet, as we speak today of European future, I must ask openly and honestly, are we staying true to that promise? Since the war of Ukraine erupted, our member states have spent over 140 billion in military support. We now debate another 150 billion EU defense facility, and under the rearm European plan, nearly 800 billion in military investment may soon follow. And I feel that at this stage, I must congratulate the European Parliament President, present here, Roberto Metsola, that this week threatened legal action, asking the Court of Justice of the European Union, asking the Commission to reconsider the legal basis of the Act in considering the application of the emergency clause regarding additional 150 billion EU defense facility. So I ask, are we building a nation of peace, or are we preparing a Europe of permanent arms? Because these numbers grow, and yet we have over 95 million Europeans who are at risk of poverty or social exclusion. Many wonder, where is Europe's urgency when it comes to lifting lives and not lifting weapons? And so I must speak not only as Speaker of Malta's Parliament, but as a citizen of Europe. Malta's neutrality is not silence, it is substance. We may not take part in military alliances, but we take our place with dignity in humanitarian, diplomatic, and moral efforts of this union. Because neutrality, when driven by principle, is not inaction, it is intention. As Europe stood united for Ukraine's sovereignty, which is rightly so, it must not turn its gaze from Gaza, a Mediterranean shore like ours. We must not treat it differently. And so when we hear that the European Union now is offering Israel help with a plan to replace aid agency distributing food and medicine in Gaza, well, this is for me is shame. We are witnessing the annihilation of people in Gaza. And so I strongly suggest that we should go for redirecting 10% of the national budgets into a European Social Resilience Fund to address poverty, housing, education, and public health. Let's do this standing point together, not towards division, but towards deeper responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Lauri Hussar from Estonia, to be followed by Richard Rashi.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, when discussing the future of the European Union, I would like to focus on one critical issue. Without resolving it, there can be neither a prosperous nor a secure Europe. And I am speaking about Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine and how we can further support Ukraine so that the European Union, Ukraine, and other neighbors can live in peace and freedom. Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and independent and sovereign Ukraine as part of the European family is our best guarantee against Russian imperialism. Therefore, ensuring Ukraine's long-term security is essential to the security of all of Europe. Russia's recent attacks and actions show no genuine intent to end this aggression. And our message must be clear: we will not abandon Ukraine. Ukraine, as well as Moldova's future, is in the European Union. Their accession will reinforce Europe's resilience, security, and credibility and send a strong message against Russia's aggression. The EU accession process is our most powerful tool to give hope to the people of Ukraine. And Estonia wants to move as quickly as possible to the next phase, the real start of negotiations. And ladies and gentlemen, Europe is facing a momentous decision where the use around 200 billion euros of frozen Russian central bank assets for the benefit of Ukraine or return them to Russia in a few months as a reward. If anyone wants to release the frozen assets and give them back to Russia it must be understood that this money will go directly to financing the aggression against Ukraine and hybrid war against all of us. We acknowledge the political, legal, and economic challenge involved, but we must now mobilize our political will and start discussing this issue at the European level. And ladies and gentlemen, Russia is not a friend. Russia is not a partner either. And Russian gas is not cheap. Russian gas is moistened with blood. And we have to remember all the time this, because this is actually our position to remain united and to stay for the same values as we stood the last 3 years. Thank you very much.
And now I give the floor to Mr. Richard Raši from Slovakia.
Madam President of the European Parliament, dear colleagues, the European Union has always been more than an institutional or economic arrangement. It is at its core a project of peace, solidarity, and shared dignity. In this spirit, I would like to briefly reflect on 4 key elements that we believe must shape the Union's future. First and foremost, peace must remain in defining value of our Union. Peace is not simply an absence of conflict. It is the presence of cooperation, mutual respect, and democratic stability. Let us never wait for crises to rediscover the necessity of peace. We must actively sustain and build it through institutions and earn the trust of our citizens. Secondly, the enlargement of the European Union must proceed on the basis of merit and preparedness. We strongly support the EU's openness to future members, provided that accession is based on real progress, not political shortcuts. Thirdly, cohesion policy is not just a financial instrument, it's the clearest expression of what solidarity looks like in practice. Investments in infrastructure, education, healthcare, and innovation have transformed our regions. If we want to maintain trust in the European project, no citizens and no region can be left behind, especially in the era of green and digital transitions. Finally, the European social model must remain at the heart of our Union. It's this model, balancing economic vitality with social justice, that distinguishes Europe globally. As the recently deceased Pope Francis once reminded us, solidarity is not a word that we use when it's convenient, but a word that it's at the heart of our human dignity. Dear colleagues, if we commit ourselves to peace, to fair and principled enlargement, to cohesion that unites, and to social model that protects, then we will have given Europe not just a future, but a purpose. The future of the European Union will not be decided in headlines and treaties alone, but in the daily lives of our citizens. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mark Daly from Ireland.
Remarkable Parliament, Mr. Speaker. The river that flows beside us owes its name to the Celtic goddess Danube, a reminder that the distance that is between us is just in miles and kilometers. Our nations share long histories. 250 years ago, my fellow countryman Daniel O'Connell died just before the Hungarian Revolution of 1848 and the revolution in Ireland of the same year, led by Thomas Francis Meagher, who created our national flag. The man we call the Liberator was himself an inspiration to your national hero, Leos Kossuth, whose name adorns the square that is beside us. He wrote of our countrymen often in the newspaper Pestas Halastrip. Alongside Catholic emancipation, Daniel O'Connell was one of the great champions of the abolition of slavery. Famously, he observed, "Nothing is politically right which is morally wrong." In a changing world, his words remain our North Star. That underlines Ireland's steadfast commitment to Ukraine and its commitment to its security, territorial integrity, and underpins our support for its EU membership. They underpin also our condemnation of Hamas, our call for the release of all the hostages, and our profound empathy with the plight of the Palestinian people. And they explain our deep commitment to the rule of law and fundamental rights, not least the freedom of association, alongside our commitment to multilateralism. We are committed to democracy because it matters, nations because they matter, but most of all, citizens because they matter most of all. Mr. Speaker, in this month, 21 years ago, under Ireland's presidency of the European Union, Hungary was welcomed along with 9 others as member states, not simply to a single market, but to a community of shared values. Today, to safeguard our democracies, to energize our economies, to deliver for our citizens, I believe that the EU must recommit to those founding principles while embracing new members. I urge you all to join in that effort.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Mr. Gordan Jandrokovic, Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, the times we live in are very tough indeed. And to be realistic, they don't seem to be promising a brighter tomorrow anytime soon. Quite the contrary, the image is looking rather bleak. As war still rages on in Ukraine, we see conflicts are not relenting in the Middle East, nor on African and Asian soil. It looks like the global epidemic of instability and insecurity is spreading very consistently. Suddenly, issues related to climate, environment, and health become sources of secondary concern. But all this, along with various economic shocks and financial unpredictability, tells the tale of a very, very complicated and insecure world. Having said that, I still see the European Union as an extremely valuable platform which allows us to jointly tackle and overcome these threats and challenges, adapting to crises, overcoming them, and consequently transforming. All this has been a part of EU's historical development journey. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia has always seen the EU as a meaningful and reliable partnership of sovereign nations sharing similar values and goals. Nations that are pulling their strengths together for the common good, preserving their distinct national voices while amplifying their impact. Croatia remains as committed as ever to developing our European project responsibly and in unity with its partners, to continue building a Europe of solidarity, cohesion and subsidiarity, where national goals can be incorporated into European ones and vice versa. And our national sovereignty cannot be diminished if we increase targeted and structured cooperation within the Union. To the contrary, it can be exercised more effectively when we stand united in a complex world, especially in addressing our joint sources of concern, like security, defense, climate, migration, energy, or trade. If we want to be globally relevant, we really should be playing the long game. In doing so, it is essential that we continue defending the rules-based order and international law, no matter how difficult it seems. Remaining firmly with Ukraine is an integral part of this approach. Finally, dear friends, I would like to remind you of the powerful words of the new Pope Leo XIV. From the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica, His Holiness said that evil will not prevail. And I strongly believe that as parliamentarians, we have the duty and the responsibility to make sure that it never does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daiga Viernina from Latvia.
Jā, paldies, Spīkera kungs, dāmas un kungi, godātie kolēģi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Europe has an abundance of challenges today. And first and foremost, it's security. A brutal aggressor has been waging war in Ukraine for more than 3 years already. Russia is our common long-term threat. Its behavior has not changed for centuries. Therefore, we must continue to develop our defense capabilities, our military industry, and the resilience of our society. Sanctions pressure must remain in place. The aggressor continues to bomb Ukrainian civilians every day. We must consider additional sanctions and trade restrictions in the food and pharmaceutical industries, which have been considered taboo on humanitarian grounds in the past. Colleagues, let us not be naive. The Russian government holds nothing sacred, it holds nothing humane. The enemy threatens not just our physical borders, but also our minds. Disinformation and manipulation on social media, in election campaigns, the spread of lies. Educated and critical-minded Europeans, that is our answer. That is our future. Second, we must boost Europe's competitiveness. In the single market, we share our sovereignty, but we gain freedom of movement for people, capital, goods, and services. These freedoms are the cornerstones of the single EU market and the single currency, the euro. We have access to a market of 400 million people with a well-functioning legal system and clear rules. This is also our future. Third, we must strengthen democracy. Europe must be closer to Europeans. Fourth, we see the future of the EU in further enlargement. The enlargement must be based on merit. At the same time, Europe's doors must remain open to any country that wants to move towards European values and ideas. Let us be aware of the dangers that lie ahead, but also the enormous power that lies in our unity and joint action. Let us act today to become strong and secure tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Madam Natalia Kiselova from Bulgaria.
Distinguished Mr. Kova, Mr. Rosenkrantz, Mrs. Nutella. Dear colleagues, the future of the European Union depends on us responding to the global challenges that we are facing in the insecure times, but also whether we are strong enough in order to defend the goals of our union. Democracy based on peace, creating freedom based on justice, encouraging social justice, equality between the genders, and protection of the rights of everyone, including children. The implementation of those goals needed administration to attain those goals, and not to insert rules from outside. Too much regulation leads to anti-Europe sentiments. If we take care of that, we will resolve many of the challenges. Republic of Bulgaria thinks that we need to maintain consensus on integration, enlargement, joint foreign policy, financial framework. We believe that consensus decisions are also contributing to the democratic legitimacy that is necessary for the work of the European institutions. As regards enlargement, Bulgaria supports the principle that the judgment whether a country is ready should be based on merit. Dear colleagues, the direction of the development of the European Union has to be adhering to the corner goals and respecting the role of the national parliaments. The strength of the European Union is the ability to reform and react based on social justice and solidarity. We are sure that we need the political will to develop in spite of the difficulties. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Mr. Mircea Burdean from Romania.
Colleagues, over 75 years ago, Europe began to rebuild after the devastation of the Second World War. Through the Schuman Declaration, the foundation was laid for an unprecedented project, one rooted in peace and cooperation. Today, in the face of new challenges, the European Union must stand united, for only in unity can we look to the future with confidence. Dear colleagues, Europe must never become a space of fear and hardship. It must remain a space of hope and prosperity. It cannot be a place of hatred, but rather one of dignity and diversity. The strength of the EU lies in the unwavering commitment to democratic values. In the face of every challenge, we must continue to teach, defend, and promote these principles. Because if we do not, others will speak in our place, carrying populist messages that may lack substance but are full of danger. The EU must once again become a true school of democracy, a beacon of stability and a guarantor of peace, an example for the rest of the world to follow. Because the values we uphold are universal values of humanity, not instruments of political convenience. Our institutions must become more transparent, more efficient, and better connected to the needs of the citizens. They must deliver tailored public services. Just as important is to boost public engagement through education, to enhance media literacy, to foster democratic participation, and offer support for civil society and respect for human rights. Given our geographic and cultural proximity, we are committed to supporting the EU aspirations of our neighbors in the Eastern Partnership and the Western Balkans. Through sustained parliamentary dialogue, development partnerships, and security cooperation, we can strengthen stability and democratic resilience in our region, making Europe not just larger, but stronger and more cohesive. Since joining the EU, Romania has benefited greatly from the membership in all aspects of life. Continuing the dialogue and collaboration with other parliaments as well as within the EU institutions on matters related to the future of Europe is essential. This is the future of Europe we have to continue to believe in, and for this Europe we must stand and fight with confidence, determination, clarity, courage, and hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now the floor goes to Madam Verona Murphy from Ireland.
Corda. Thank you, Speaker Cover. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you and your staff for the excellent organisation of today's conference. I'm honoured to be addressing the Conference of Speakers of European Parliaments for the first time as Ceann Comhairle of Dáil Éireann. It is also personally significant for me as the first female Speaker of Ireland's House of Representatives. This milestone reflects ongoing progress towards greater inclusion and representation in public life. EU cooperation remains a cornerstone of our collective strength. We must navigate many challenges at domestic level, but we also face many shared challenges arising from geopolitical tensions, trade threats, conflict, economic uncertainty, and changing demographics, to name but a few. Today's conference plays an important role in underlying our interconnectedness as EU member states, parliamentarians and speakers. In Ireland, our parliamentary committees play a vital role in scrutinising EU legislative proposals. However, we must engage earlier in the EU policy process, before proposals are finalised, so that national voices can truly shape outcomes. Following our recent general election, we have updated our internal processes to better support this engagement, and we look forward to seeing the benefits in our recently established committee system. As Ireland prepares to assume the EU presidency next year, the parliamentary dimension offers a unique opportunity to deepen our engagement, strengthen interparliamentary dialogue, and ensure national parliaments actively contribute to the Union's future. Just last Friday, I visited 2 schools in my constituency in County Wexford, in the southeast of Ireland, to mark Europe Day. I was struck by the students' enthusiasm for the EU and their focus on the big issues we must tackle together, such as climate change. Their optimism reminds me of why our work matters. I hope today's discussion inspires greater cooperation among our parliaments so that we can deliver meaningful results for the citizens we represent, especially the next generation. Gaurav Mila Mahaviv.
Köszönöm, elnök asszony. Florence Rotter asszony következik a belga képviselő.
Thank you very much, Florence Reuter from Belgium.
Chers collègues, en guise de préambule, j'aimerais reprendre les mots de...
Dear colleagues, first of all, let me tell you what Robert Schuman said in his famous May the 9th declaration. He said, Europe cannot be built in one day. Europe can be built if we pursue concrete construction and we pursue fact-based solidarity. Robert Schuman said that we need a European Federation, which is indispensable because that is the way to preserve peace. More than 50 years later, I am sure that this is a reality, and in the next coming 50 years, this is what's going to accompany us. The European Union motivates, urges its member states to support one another because that is how we can promote European unity as we did during the COVID, with industrial challenges, with all instances of tension and difficulty. All these remind us how important it is to work together for one fate, one common fate. If the US imposes tariffs on us, as the President announced, then the European Commission also has to introduce commercial measures, because no European country can actually face up to the US or to China alone. We cannot pursue an individual path. We all need to provide a common response because that is the way that we can think in terms of a multilateral vision to respect democracy, the rule of law. Belgium, therefore, believes that it is important to repeat again and again that we support Ukraine. We support the basic principles of sovereignty and freedom for Ukraine. As members and parts of the European Union, we need to guarantee this. We have huge challenges like enlargement. Enlargement requires reforms for us to be able to guarantee the functioning of the European Union. We need strategic autonomy, we need ambitious budgets, and we need our own resources and defense policy. We need to help Europe, and we need to strengthen Europe, not weaken it. Anybody speaking against a federal Europe should be drowned by those who support a global Europe, while we should not sacrifice our values. Thank you very much. Rasa Budbergyte from Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor you address today at this summit. In these challenging times, our collective efforts are vital to ensuring peace, stability, and prosperity for all people of the European Union. Lithuania remains committed to deepen cooperation, promote democratic values, to step up in advancing the EU enlargement towards Western Balkans, Ukraine, and Moldova. In particular, we recognize our responsibility and duty to stand firmly in support of Ukraine amidst its ongoing aggression by Russia and struggle for freedom and independence. The bravery and resilience of the Ukrainian people inspire us. Lithuania will continue political, economic, military, and moral support for Ukraine. Dear colleagues, last Thursday, the Parliament of Lithuania has adopted a resolution in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Lithuania does not and will never recognize any territory seized by Russia, neither de jure nor de facto. Let me invite all other countries to follow this pattern. Amid the new geopolitical realities, the European Union must firmly hold the future of Europe in their hands. Europe must be in the center of the new world order as a solid pillar of liberal democracy, free trade, and human rights. It's therefore necessary to strengthen the EU's collective contribution to security and defense, EU-NATO interaction. The European Union, which anticipates its future, has to prepare for enlargement. We should be absolutely clear that merits-based principle remains at the core and should be equally applied with all candidates. Let me firmly invite the host country to echo the joint voice of other EU member states and to remove all reservations to officially launch the EU accession talks with Ukraine. Our joint resolve for prosperous and secure Europe is the sum of the choices we make. Thank you for your attention.
I will give the floor to Athanasios Boras from Greece.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, κατά της Ουκρανίας και οι επιπτώσεις ασφάλεια αποτελούν πρόκληση για το μέλλον της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Σήμερα μπορεί άραγε η Ένωση να...
Today, can the EU continue to promote peace and the values in a new world where the conditions of extreme geopolitical interests prevail? If Europe wants to survive and to continue to be within a framework of peace and prosperity, it must take historic decisions along the lines of protecting the international rules-based order. Second, it must, in fact, create a defence union. And second, it must breathe new life into the European endeavour in order to establish security, its values, and the prosperity of its peoples. These decisions must be taken collectively and on the basis of the further strengthening of member states in a new political balance. That means that the relationship between federalism and national sovereignty must be further developed as a relationship of complementarity and mutual respect, as has happened so far, especially in the context of the European economic integration. So in this context, permit me to underscore the following positive points on which there has already been consensus amongst the member states. First, the rearmament of Europe through loans that will be granted with the guarantee of the European budget will reinforce further the federalist perspective of common defence. Second, the designation of the projects to be financed by the European Council creates the conditions of complementarity and added European value, and then the exemption of the defence expenditure from the excessive deficit procedure reinforces further the development of the defence union. But permit me, however, to underscore that this does not actually act in line with the European values is to grant loans to third countries, and when these are accession countries, when they do not uphold fundamental values of the European Union. Also, we cannot have a common Europe without the provision of the... unfortunately, there's no longer a microphone. The microphone has been cut off.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now the Vice President of the National Assembly of Slovenia, Madameda Hot.
Dear colleagues, the European Union finds itself at a pivotal moment. In a changing geopolitical landscape, we must enhance our strategic engagement and promote our values on the global stage. The EU must evolve into a more ambitious political community, able to meet current and future challenges. Slovenia strongly supports the Draghi report on enhancing EU competitiveness. This requires deeper cooperation among member states and a shared commitment to technological leadership with innovation at its core. A modern European industrial policy should focus on green energies, policy synergies, and strategic investment in research and infrastructure. Advancing the single market in energy, services, and capital, as well as promoting the free movement of knowledge and data, must remain a priority. Security and defense are crucial for our union's resilience. Slovenia recognizes the need to boost Europe's autonomous capacity, including defense production and investment in artificial intelligence, health, and cyber resilience. We reaffirm the importance of traditional EU policies, like cohesion and the common agricultural policy, which reduce disparities and sustain public support for Europe. Slovenia is also open to discussion on improving decision-making in the common foreign and security policy through qualified majority voting, while ensuring all member states, especially smaller ones, are respected. Slovenia advocates for a strong, united EU rooted in its fundamental values. The rule of law is the foundation of trust in our institutions. We support the EU's tools to protect it, with openness to strengthening this mechanism, particularly in light of future enlargements. Finally, let us stay committed to multilateralism and to preserving the Union's institutional balance. Stronger EU-level action is necessary, but member states and national parliaments must retain a key democratic role. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only way a united, valued-based Europe will remain the foundation of our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third Deputy Speaker of the Swedish Parliament, Kerstin Lundgren.
Dear colleagues, in regards to the topic of this session, I believe that the real conflict is not between federalism and sovereignty, but it is between those who want to protect democratic institutions and those who want to weaken them. Threats from internal and external actors are on the rise, including threats to electoral integrity and democratic processes. Our first priority when discussing the future European Union must therefore be to defend and to protect democracy and our democratic institutions, to uphold the rule of law and respect for human rights across our continent. But the future of democracy in the EU is not only determined within the Union, but also on the battlefields in Ukraine. In order to protect European democracy, our unwavering and unanimous support to Ukraine following Russia's war of aggression is absolutely imperative. For Sweden, supporting Ukraine is a moral obligation and an indispensable investment in Europe's and, by extension, our own security, independence, and future. Dear colleagues, according to the treaties, the national parliaments should contribute to a well-functioning European Union. This includes the active use of existing parliamentary tools, such as scrutinizing governments, participating in political dialogue, and conducting subsidiarity checks on EU legislation. Democracy cannot be taken for granted. It continuously needs to be nurtured and developed to meet the demands of new generations. As speakers, we can do this by learning from each other, and in my opinion, the EU Speakers Conference is an excellent forum in which to learn, discuss, and exchange experiences on how to respond to common challenges that parliaments are facing. Dear colleagues, I started my intervention by underlining the importance of defending and protecting our democracies. The courage the Ukrainian people have mustered in response to the Russian aggression should be a reminder to all of us. We must be prepared to defend our values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agnieszka Pomaska, Chair of the Union Affairs Committee from the Polish Sejm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are meeting at a moment when Europe must once again remind itself what solidarity means. There is a war on our border. Every war is a test of values, of institutions, of defense systems, of our courage. Today, the test is called Ukraine, and not all of us passing it equally. Prime Minister Orban said the European Union is weak, but we will not build a strong European Union with those who undermine its unity from inside, whether through cooperation with the aggressor or by blocking joint decisions. Europe cannot be held hostage by populism or transactional politics. I agree with Prime Minister Orban when he says that we must be aware of energy prices. But is energy dependence on Russia the solution? Is it really something our citizens, including Hungarian citizens, expecting from us? Is it good for our citizens? It's very short-sighted. We must strengthen our resilience, energy, military, economic, cyber health, environment. Permanent security will take place when member states invest, for example, in energy independence, supply diversification, and critical infrastructure, instead becoming dependent on a single supplier from Moscow. Europe must also learn to act in a world full of geopolitical and economic uncertainty. We need a union that can anticipate, protect, and act swiftly, not one that hesitates and divides. The slogan of Polish presidency is Security Europe. Let's take it as a common mission, without unnecessary divisions. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Jean-François.
Thank you. And now we'll pass the floor on to Jean-François Rapin, Chair of the European Affairs Committee. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Madams and Messieurs, speakers and presidents. This first session calls our attention to deliberate about the future of the European Union, where I'd like to emphasize that the European Union has reached a turning point, and our world has changed with the aggressive war of Russia on Ukraine and with the re-election of President Trump, since the United States has established an aggressive stance towards Europe, and not only in the field of trade. These brutal changes made the global situation unstable and also touch upon the complicated relationship that we have with China, because China is a partner and a competitor at the same time. The European Union must assume a deep reform in order to meet the proposals of the European Commission, which were a step made in the right direction. We must strengthen our strategic autonomy. We must decrease the fact that our dependence of various energy sources, and we must also reorganize our budget without giving up on some of its foundations, like the common cohesion policy and common agricultural policy, and we must finance other policies for which public funds will not be enough. We must rapidly perform an investment and savings Europe, and Europe must be prepared for further enlargement, where the procedures must be met and they must be merit-based. The preparation for the upcoming financial framework and the most important aspects of that are very important from the aspects of paying back the next generation credit that we have taken out. Therefore, should we move towards federalism? I don't think so. EU is a characteristic political structure, and it must remain that, while it completely respects the competencies of the member states. So the treaties and agreements must not be abusive of the rights of member states, and we must be vigilant in relation to complying with the subsidiarity, and we must develop a new green card, and therefore we must enhance the relationship between democracy. Thank you very much. And now Bruno Fuchs.
Monsieur le Président.
Distinguished Speaker, distinguished Mr. and Mrs. Speakers and Presidents, first of all, allow me to deliver my heartfelt thanks for our Hungarian colleagues and Mr. László Kövér for the fantastic organization of this conference. Everything has now changed since what we have established after World War II. Our approach to multilateralism, the respect to local identities, our visions, which currently are in doubt. We require a strong European Union, which develops independent of the member states, and we still require the support of our citizens, and therefore the role of the national parliaments in the EU is very important, and based upon the principle of subsidiarity, we wish to introduce a new green card system in order to ensure that we be able to provide proposals for new legislation towards the Commission. In the field of security and defense, we live in a world today in which the large powers and superpowers rivalization is what is realized in Europe. We should require a common vision in order to provide security and defense for all the citizens of Europe. That is why we are very happy that in the field of the conclusions, support provided for Ukraine and the tendencies and initiatives proposing peace in Ukraine are also supported. We have mentioned Schuman, and we also mentioned the fact that all this will not come about in a single moment in Europe, but European unity will appear gradually. This solidarity is what we all owe towards Ukraine and our future generation. I am very happy that we are uniform and united in our standing up for Ukraine, which is in coherence with the spirit of the founding fathers. We must not forget about the fact of who the aggressor is and who has been attacked. It is a very simple question. If Russia stops the war shall stop. If Ukraine stops the war, then Ukraine will cease to exist. So in the spirit of Robert Schuman, we should build together a strong Europe. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to Ruslan Stefanchuk, chairman of the Verkhovna Rada.
Dear Madam President of the European Parliament, dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, esteemed speakers. First of all, I sincerely thank for the opportunity to address this conference as a representative of the nation, the country and the parliament that have endured an unjust and unprovoked war of aggression for more than 3 years and full-scale unprovoked aggression from the Russian Federation. First and foremost, I must emphasize that Ukraine remains deeply grateful to all EU member states. I remember very well your visits, esteemed colleagues, esteemed speakers, to Bucha, to Irpin, to Hostomel. I remember your eyes. I remember when they were full of tears, when you were looking at the bomb craters where the day before there was a children's playground. And I'm very grateful that I don't need to explain to you that today Ukraine is the victim of this war. And now, let us speak about the future and the problems of Europe. Dear friends, let us be frank. It is only Russia and the war it unleashed are today the central challenge for the European Union. And it directly impacts the future of the European Union. Dear friends, all other challenges, be it political, security-related, political, energy, or even humanitarian challenges, they are the consequence of this aggression, and the ability to solve these issues depends on whether Russia can be stopped and whether Ukraine can withstand this battle for its freedom. But it is not only Ukraine that must endure. Europe must also stand firm by defending our own fundamental values and principles. And those values and principles are the rule of law, democracy, the freedom of choice, and not the cheap energy from a murderer of my people. So, dear friends, there's only one choice. Either democracy will prevail or dictatorship will seize the opportunity. And the only effective answer to the Russian aggression is European unity and resolve. And let me be absolutely clear. Ukraine is ready to introduce ceasefire and establish peace, and this step can and must be implemented in close coordination between Europe and the United States. Dear friends, I'm here to say that along this path, we do not need some lectures from high tribunes. We are not school children. We are the nation of warriors. And that's why thank each and every one and every nation for all the support that you have received, we have received from you, and we are united by a strong European future. Thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine.
Now I give the floor to His Excellency Shava Papuashvili from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to express our full support to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Georgia always supported and will always support Ukraine in its fight for its independence and territorial integrity. As for the topic, today, as Europe faces serious challenges, the debate about federalism and national sovereignty should center on maximizing the benefits of integration while respecting the autonomy and traditions of member states. Excessively empowered central structures of the European Union might not allow for making decisions that best reflect unique political, economic, and cultural context of each country. Georgia remains strongly committed to the European Union membership path. I represent the government that has done the most to advance Georgia towards the European Union. From the Parliament's point of view, we have seen some peculiar treatment from the European institutions. While the Parliament is elected by the Georgian people and represents its will, regrettably, we see a tendency by some European institutions to speak with us in a language of directives, imposing obligations without granting the rights. Having obligations without the right of the voice, especially within the EU institutions, where Georgia has no representation as yet, does not fit well with the very principle of democratic pluralism on which the EU rests. The centralized EU structure sometimes imposes strict conditionality that does not necessarily reflect the consensus. One example of this practice was the demand from Georgia to establish a system of extraordinary integrity check for judges, so-called vetting, conducted by foreign actors. This system, if accepted, would contradict the very principle of democracy, where authority stems from the people. The entire branch of power would thus become set up by the foreign actors, which goes contrary to the very essence of national sovereignty. I doubt that any of the EU member states would have allow such an intervention in their sovereignty. Democracy shall be based on deliberation, not imposition. Consensus assures that decisions are made collaboratively, respecting the interests and concerns of all member states and partners. This also means Europe, where decisions are made not only in centralized, unelected bodies, but increasingly closer to the people. In this regard, it is worth giving a more critical examination to the current debate about replacing consensus-based decision-making with a majority principle. In a community of nation-states, small states' voices should be heard equal to the others, because the truth is not measured by the quantity alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And now I'll pass the floor on to Igor Grosu, President of Moldova, the Parliament of Moldova. Your microphone. Mr. President, your microphone.
With which information circulates, the social networks and the development of artificial intelligence are transforming. Can we fix the problem? So shall I open this? Okay. Let's try again.
Yes, please.
Distinguished colleagues, do you hear me? No? It's working, no?
Yes.
Maybe here. Yeah, it seems to be. The world is changing. The speed with which information circulates, social networks, and development of artificial intelligence are transforming the societies we live in. The European Union must adapt to these new realities and remain a place of peace, prosperity, unity, and diversity. Despite the challenges it faces, including Russia's unjust war in Ukraine, Europe remains united and committed to preserving peace on the continent and the values that were the basis of its creation. I am sure that this is the future of the Union as a place of balance and progress for humanity. For Moldova, the EU candidate state, European Union integration does not mean giving up sovereignty. On the contrary, it means strengthening the state, democracy, and peace. Europe helps us strengthen our institutions, protect the freedom and our citizens, and preserve our identity, not in isolation, but in solidarity. In this crucial election year for Moldova, we are choosing the direction of our country. We are facing real hybrid threats: disinformation, corruption, finance from abroad, groups that want to turn Moldova away from the European path. Russia, together with local oligarchic networks, is investing heavily in transform our country into a corridor of influence and pressure against Ukraine. Europe must be more united where it matters, in defense, energy, security. The European path is not easy, but it is our path, and we, the citizens of Moldova, choose it consciously and with confidence. We are not alone. We have you on our side, dear friends of Moldova. And together we can prove that Europe is more than a political project. It is a commitment to solidarity and freedom. As a future member state, the Republic of Moldova is ready to set its shoulder to the will to build a strong and united Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now the floor goes to Mr. Andrija Mandić, President of the Parliament of Montenegro.
Skupštine Mađarske, gospodine Kever, uvaženi predsjednici parlamenta, dame i gospodo. Naša zemlja, Crna Gora, za koju vjerujemo da će ubrzo postati prva naredna članica Evropske unije,
is deeply Molim vas, nastavite. Our country, Montenegro, for which we believe that to become the first next member of the European Union, is deeply connected with the European idea, and I believe that everybody knows that our wish is to join the EU with our head held high, with dignity, fulfilling all necessary obligations, honoring all preconditions, but also preserving our history, tradition, and identity. In that context, I can proudly emphasize that the Parliament of Montenegro, in an unbelievably short time, has completely unblocked our accession process, and we have achieved historical results such as closure of 3 negotiation chapters in late 2024. We have clear vision to close all the chapters by the end of 2026 and, to become, of course, with your support, dear friends, the next full member of the Union. This is not just a political ambition of a party. This is the will of over 80% of Montenegrin citizens who strongly support our European path. You know this information that I would like to emphasize, that Montenegro changed its government democratically for the first time in 2020. Unlike the previous leadership, our commitment to Europe is not merely declarative. Today, our country is led by people for whom the European future is not just a phrase. The European Union, in the time of the all bigger increasing challenges, has to be a pillar of stability and peace and keep the dignity of a man. I believe that only the Europe which honors its citizens can be the front runner of the free world. And I believe that we are closer than ever to achieve this. Montenegro, as a member of the EU with the hope and faith in the common future, we are ready to give our full contribution to the European family. Thank you, dear friends.
Thank you very much. Nikola Špirić, speaker from Bosnia and Herzegovina House of Peoples.
Dear friends, I'm come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, which got peace from Bosnia by Dayton Peace Agreement. I am a political representative for the full membership of European Union, and I would like to point out that in March last year we got the recommendation for opening negotiations. But I come from the country where we have high representatives with colonial authorities. We have a person who changes the constitution, who changes the main laws, the laws that accuse the head of one entity, which we consider as a serious false. I come from a country where Constitutional Court has got 8 judges, out of which 3 are foreigners. They do not only interpret the constitution, but they also pass constitutional solutions. I come from a country where one constitutive people is fighting for a full constituency for the election of the member of the presidencies. All these issues require a dialogue within the countries, but not solutions out of the country. So I really beg you, I plea for the dialogue in Bosnia and Herzegovina, within Bosnia and Herzegovina, for its sure and secure European path. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Denis Zvizdic from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we speak about biggest global topics, and that's future of Europe. When we speak about future of Europe, we speak about future of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And if you look at the map of the Europe, you'll see that the EU cannot be circled without Bosnia and Herzegovina and countries of Western Balkan. Bosnia and Herzegovina historically, geographically, politically belongs to EU, and that's why EU integration are one of the most important foreign policy goals of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Unfortunately, for the last few months in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because of the anti-constitutional, anti-Dayton approach of some actors in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bosnia is facing political block, and that's the worst political crisis of the last 30 years. RS, Republika Srpska, adopted a set of laws that directly threaten constitutional order of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that's a that is a first step towards secession of Republika Srpska from Bosnia and Herzegovina, which will directly lead to its secession. Imagine your region or part of your country adopts laws that they will secede from your country. That's why I ask you for 3 countries in order to preserve European perspective, peace and security in Bosnia and Herzegovina. First, support our forces, increase number of soldiers in EU4 and distribute them in Brčko district, and allow assistance of EU4 soldiers to apprehend 3 justice fugitives and in the end introduce sanctions as or Germany and Austria did, or UK and America, to all those who block European path of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much.
And now I give the floor to Mr. Bekir Bozdağ.
Esteemed speakers of the Parliament's honorable MPs, distinguished participants, on behalf of the Turkish delegation and the Republic of Turkey, I would like to greet you all with respect. Today we are gathered here not only to discuss the future of Europe, but in fact to talk about our common destiny. We are facing with a fundamental question. Will we move toward the future with shared values, or will we remain stuck within our national agendas and problems? Of course, we respectfully acknowledge the historical and social sensitivities of the member states. However, in the face of geopolitical uncertainty, security threats, economic disruptions, and technological transformations, it is not possible for Europe to survive solely with national reflexes. As a supranational entity, the EU must act jointly and decisively. This is of vital importance. We can state the following clearly. Europe's future will not be built on national solutions, but with common sense and coordinated steps. One of the most essential components of this, undoubtedly, the EU's adherence to the principle of unity in diversity. Respecting and embracing each member state's cultural, religious, and social identities would strengthen the EU's sphere of influence and credibility. On the other hand, the EU cannot and should not limit itself to merely ensuring its internal cohesion and cooperation. The EU is obliged to take responsibility in regional and global matters as well. It must continue to defend and advocate the principles and values it promotes in an objective, sincere, consistent manner across all areas. The events in Ukraine and Palestine are also a test for the EU in this regard. Unfortunately, with a few exceptions, the European Union's response to the humanitarian tragedy in Gaza over past year and a half has failed to satisfy human conscience and morality. The European Union must pressure Israel to stop its genocidal level attacks and violations of international law. This brutality must be halted. Distinguished participants, in recent years, we see multi-layered crises are taking place, and it rapidly changing the dynamics, and regional developments have shown us all how strategic the Turkey-EU relationship truly is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. And next up is Andrea Caroni.
Representative of a non-member state. One might ask whether it's appropriate for me or not to offer an opinion about the future of the European Union. And I believe it is, because the future of the European Union and Europe are closely intertwined, and we all face the same fundamental question: what future for Europe we want. And answering us leads us to the tension between deeper integration and the preservation of national sovereignty. Switzerland is very familiar with this balance. Our federal model shows how diverse political entities can unite without losing themselves, through unity where necessary and autonomy where possible. And this is the essence of subsidiarity, and it's a principle you well know. It's embedded in Swiss federalism, but of course also in the founding treaties of the European Union. Decisions, according to this principle, should be taken as close to the citizens as possible, but when challenges exceed the capacities of smaller entities, then cooperation becomes essential. And today's challenges are numerous. We've heard a lot about them. We have a Russian aggression, migration, US decision to impose new tariffs, and none of these challenges stop at national borders. So our ability to act together is more important than ever, and true sovereignty in this context means the capacity to act not alone, but with partners who share the same values. And every federalist project requires a skillful balance between sovereignty delegated and pooled where appropriate. And what matters is the ability to act together when it really counts, as Europe has shown, for example, in the COVID-19 pandemic or in the ongoing support for Ukraine. What about Switzerland in this context? Although not a member of the European Union, we are deeply connected to Europe. We have just last December reached an agreement with the EU on a comprehensive negotiation package with the aim of stabilizing and further developing our bilateral relationship. It includes, among other elements, an increased Swiss contribution to EU cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, whether at the level of the EU internally or in relationship with third countries like Switzerland, I'm convinced that unity in diversity remains the best recipe for our common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And to conclude the agenda, Mr. Theodoros Roussopoulos from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe.
Dear colleagues, I will ask you with a question raised by William Shakespeare centuries ago. What is in a name? Shakespeare asked this timeless question, suggesting that the true essence of things lies beyond what we call them. And yet in public life, names and symbols carry real weight. They reflect our values, our memory, our shared purpose. From the early 80s, the 90s and the 2000s, I followed European Union summits closely as a journalist at first and then as a minister. I remember powerful moments with leaders like François Mitterrand, Helmut Kohl, Margaret Thatcher. Mitterrand once said, "Politics is exercised through symbols and symbolism." That phrase stayed with me. I thought of it again just days ago when a presidential candidate in Poland burned the European flag, a flag that represents not bureaucracy, but our shared values about democracy. That act brought Shakespeare's question back to my mind, and I want to share a brief reflection. I have the honor of being the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Consider the flag of the Council of Europe, which is now the flag of the European Union too. 12 golden stars on a blue field. No national markings, only universal ideas. Unity, harmony, and the rule of law. 75 years old, the Council of Europe remains a cornerstone of our continent. It sets democratic standards and has helped many countries on their path to the European Union membership. We steadily support, of course, enlargement under the condition that all candidate countries respect the common values. And when we ask the members to be members in the European Union, we expect of them to follow our rules. Symbols like our flag are more than decoration. They are anchors of meaning. Totalitarianism, dear colleagues, begins with the destruction of shared meaning. And symbols are their first target, wrote once Hannah Arendt. Let us remain vigilant. When symbols falls, so can the foundation of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your very, very valuable contributions, and I thank you all for being very disciplined in your use of time. This concludes the first agenda item. Now I'd like to inform you all, I guess you all know, but just for the sake of purpose, the presidency conclusion texts have been distributed to every single delegation. This draft text actually is a compromise version of the Troika. We tried to integrate all previously submitted written proposals for amendment, and I do hope that we have all been able to comply with your recommendations. Now I'd like to ask all the heads of delegations to join me, and let us proceed to the main staircase in front of the Dome Hall, where the coronation jewels are on display. That is where our family group photo will be taken. And I propose that we follow with the second item on the agenda at 2:15 in the afternoon. Until then, there will be possibility for lunch, visit, the sightseeing in the Parliament, and bilateral meetings. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that you enjoyed the break. I also hope that after the tour of the Parliament, you now wish to travel more to Hungary as a guest, be it a professional visit or just a personal visit with your family or friends. We will always welcome you. We shall now continue our work with the second session. So I will now open the debate on closer to voters, regionalism in Europe, and safeguarding Europe's cultural identity. Allow me to first share with you my thoughts within the framework of this item on the agenda. We want to stay whom we are. Allow me to start my thoughts with the motto of Luxembourg, as I could have done during the course of the debate in the morning. Distinguished conference, in my opinion, despite all propaganda to the contrary, Europe's cultural identity today still has two defining elements, the Christian values that have existed for more than 2,000 years, and the national consciousness which has developed over the last 300 years. This inevitably has an influence on the thinking and behavior of even atheist or anti-national European people, since their identity is essentially based on a denial of European Christian and national identity, not to mention the fact that there is almost nothing from our holidays to our everyday customs whose origins do not lie in our Christian or national traditions. There has never been a European nation in itself, and therefore there is no independent European identity either. I myself, dear colleagues, feel European not only because of my place of birth, and in fact not primarily because of that, but I believe I am European because I have a Christian and a national identity, which means I am a Calvinist, a Reformed Christian, and a Hungarian. We all know full well that the Christian and national identity form the soul of Europe. This constitutes a historical, sociological, cultural, anthropological, and socio-psychological reality that we can all perceive. However, we also perceive that some want to destroy this reality at all costs and steal the soul of Europe. The question is, who are they and why are they doing that? In my view, these are non-state interest groups, typically based outside Europe, but with European allies, who want to plunder the countries of Europe after stealing its soul. They want to gain control and rights over the financial, economic, natural, and human resources of all European nations for their own benefit. In order to subjugate someone in terms of power, you must first take control of their consciousness and only then their territory. This is the rule of the 21st century hybrid warfare against European nations. Without exception, every European country is undergoing a conscious and systematic intellectual, spiritual, and political war against traditional families, Christian churches, and national identity, which is gradually exhausting the concept of identity terrorism. Unfortunately, the siege against the identity of European nations has escalated in recent days. A legal attack has already begun. The Secret Service of the European Union's most populous member state has just stated in a document that the concept of a nation based on ethnicity is incompatible with democracy. They did not say that ethnic exclusion from a nation is contrary to democracy, but that the very concept of an ethnic-based nation is dangerous to democracy. The problem, however, dear colleagues, is that there is no nation without an ethnic element, since European nations, as historical entities, are no more than the product of the gradual self-awareness of ethnic communities defined by a common language, common history, and common culture. In Europe, this process of nation building has determined the development of European states over the last 300 years. Without ethnic foundations, there are no European nations, and without European nations, there is no reason for existence for the European nation states. And in this case, the Westphalian order of the European state structure that has existed since 1648, together with the European nation states and the European Union based on their cooperation, as we know it today, can be considered obsolete. The power structure opposing the anti-national European Union based on the cooperation of nation states is that simple. The aforementioned Secret Service document should not be overestimated, but neither should it be underestimated, because if the courts of the EU member states in question do not review and reject the legal basis of the document, that will open a path in the European Union for criminalizing national identity. Distinguished conference, according to our position, it is not the ethnic element that should be removed from European national identity, especially not by means of power or legal instruments, but rather the question of multi-ethnic existence within European nations should be answered in a morally and politically appropriate manner, in an acceptable way to all European states and nations using the instruments of constitutional law. It is an obvious historical fact that the development of European nations and states has resulted in the political borders of states and ethnic borders of nations not coinciding, meaning that multiple ethnic groups live together within the territory of a given European state, either as a majority or as a minority. They have been living there for thousands of years or centuries as indigenous ethnic communities or as ethnic communities that have immigrated as a result of the storms of history. We must find a 21st century legal and political solution to this ethnically based European coexistence, learning from the lessons of 20th century European history, so that neither individual nations nor national communities living together within states can be played off against each other or become victims of imperial manipulation. We, however, do not have to start from scratch in this, dear colleagues, but only move forward. Article 4 of the Treaty on the European Union states the following: the Union respects the equality of member states before the treaty and their national identities, which are integral parts of their fundamental structures including regional and local self-government. This fundamental EU document therefore uses the term national identity, recognizing and guaranteeing it as a right in the relationship between the European Union and its member states. However, neither the treaty referred to nor any other EU legal source has yet defined national identity in a way that is politically and legally meaningful, realistic, or understandable. If the European Union guarantees the national identity of its member states, as it does in the aforementioned treaty, then the following question arises. Who is actually the subject and bearer of national identity? Our answer to this question is consistent with the logic of legal science, common sense, and historical experience. And therefore, the subjects of national identity are national communities that have lived in the territory of a given state for a certain period of time, regardless of whether they constitute a majority or a minority. Our answer, distinguished conference, is that national identity belongs to the people, the citizens of the state, and that this identity as a state of mind and as a set of values stems from their mother tongue, their culture, and their homeland. Everyone should therefore have the right to freely inherit the mother tongue, culture, and homeland of their ancestors, and to freely pass these on to their descendants. This is what we propose as the content of the right to national identity. And the state, for its part, is called upon to protect the identity of national communities living in a numerical majority or minority. The Hungarian proposal, dear colleagues, is that we should make the right to national identity part of the latest generation of European and universal human rights through European cooperation, not only for the indigenous minority communities that make up around 1/10 of the citizens of the EU member states, but also for the benefit of the majority. This would prove a useful tool for protecting human dignity, not only in Europe, but throughout the world, strengthening peace, security, and stability everywhere, and serving as an effective means of protecting European cultural identity that is the soul of Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Distinguished conference participants, and now I'd like to give the floor to the keynote speakers. First of all, to Mr. Lorenzo Fontana from Italian House of Representatives. Would you please come to the lectern to address the floor? First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to the Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly for inviting me to speak at this meeting, which is concluding the debate that we started this morning, promoting regional and local needs and protecting cultural identities is one of the cornerstones of the Union and is a basic tool for us to bring citizens closer to the idea of Europe. In order to deepen the integration process, it is therefore necessary to identify the common features that characterize a credible European identity, which coexist with and do not replace the identities of individual countries. On this basis, we must rediscover the fundamental values that unite us and place us in a common home. Institutional, economic, social, territorial, and cultural diversity of our continent is a great asset. And therefore, we must respect these, nurture, and preserve them. I am sure that you remember that the preamble to the Treaty on the European Union and also other provisions of the treaty remind us of this. I'm thinking, for example, of Article 4, Paragraph 2, which states that the Union respects the national identities of member states as well as their regional and local self-government. Respect for autonomy and national identity is therefore fundamentally protected by the principle of subsidiarity. It is this principle that is complemented by the principle of proportionality, one of the basic principles of European legislation, which aims to reduce the territorial regional impact of European legislation. The proper application of these rules is essential to bridge the gap that sometimes exists in European integration. It is therefore essential that the representation of regional and local authorities is not limited to consultation through the Committee of the Regions. The opinions of this Committee of the Regions are undoubtedly becoming increasingly important, but they cannot be the only means of drawing the institution's attention to specific regional realities. Therefore, in this regard, during this parliamentary cycle, the chambers of the House of Representatives, like other national parliaments, have made a number of observations as to the form, the content, and also the method of European legislation. First, it should be noted that the Commission's impact assessment need to analyze more and more thoroughly the differences between the legal, economic, social, and cultural systems of the various member states. Adopting uniform solutions without taking into account the specific characteristics of each area risks making the implementation of the relevant regulations problematic. Consequently, the use of regulations, which by their very nature leave no room for adaptation to the national context, should be limited, particularly in systems like our Italian one, which is based on the principles of local autonomy and administrative decentralization. In this regard, a recent decision by the Italian Constitutional Court has established that in certain areas the transfer of functions from state to the regions, in particular the transfer of legislative functions, encounters various obstacles arising from European regulations. This latter essentially has a significant impact on the division of powers between the different levels of government established in the Constitution. It is therefore more necessary than ever for national and regional parliaments to be more closely involved in the European decision-making process in order to better reflect regional specificities and ensure that the principles of proportionality and subsidiarity are respected as required by Protocol number 2. This latter point is also emphasized in the report on the future of European competitiveness. In the current legislative process, our Parliament is moving precisely in this direction. As a reminder, between October 2022 and April 30, we examined 68 draft legislative acts for subsidiarity control and issued 8 reasoned opinions. In conclusion, my dear colleagues, I hope that our parliaments will increasingly play a connecting role between the institutions of the Union and the territorial organizations of individual countries. This will ensure that national, regional, and local needs are respected and reinforce the principle that Europe is based on multiple identities. Promoting and strengthening mutual understanding and awareness of this rich heritage is the way to build a common European consciousness. This awareness, in fact, is a prerequisite for further progress on our path to integration. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your introductory thoughts. And now would like to pass the floor to Madam Anna Brnabic, Speaker of the Serbian National Assembly. I would kindly ask her to make her way to the lectern.
honorable presidents of parliaments, esteemed hosts, ladies and gentlemen. I'd first and foremost like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this session, and I would in particular like to thank Hungary, our host, our neighbor, our partner, and our friend for this opportunity. The topics which we are discussing today are one of those that go to the very heart of our democratic societies. How we can bring Europe closer to its citizens, and how do we preserve the unique cultural identities that make Europe what it is. The theme closer to the voters raises a fundamental question of legitimacy and trust in democratic institutions, a question that is not only important for the European Union, but also for all countries aspiring to join this community of values, such as Serbia. At a time when challenges are increasingly complex, from security to migration, and from climate change to digital transformation, citizens rightly expect decisions to be made closer to them, to have an impact, to be heard, and to be included. In parallel, at the time of social networks, trust in democratic institutions, as well as ability to differentiate between fake news and truth, also presents a unique challenge. This is precisely why the strength of Europe lies in diversity and in the legitimacy of institutions that recognize and reflect it, in the voices of regions, local communities, and cultural identities that are appreciated and respected. The European Union's own treaties call for decisions to be made as close as possible to the citizens. Strengthening regional institutions is one of the ways to bridge the gap between citizens and governments. In recent years, the pressures on democratic legitimacy, evident in increasing voter apathy and political fragmentation, have only heightened the urgency of empowering local and regional governance. Empowering regions does not weaken national unity. It strengthens it through trust, relevance, and responsiveness. By bringing decision-making closer to the citizens it affects, governance can more accurately reflect their real needs. In Serbia, we have been working on one hand to devolve competencies to local governments, and on the other, to increase the competences of local governments through continued training and education. We have also invested heavily in digital public services to increase transparency and make citizen participation easier at every level, from municipal through provincial to national. It is through such efforts that we can build trust in democratic processes and ensure that governance remains relevant to people's everyday lives. When it comes to cultural identity is something that we are born into, and it plays a key role in our relationships, friendships, and even business. Not acknowledging and respecting the way it affects the functioning of societies, economies, and politics would be a mistake. While diversity can undoubtedly enrich a nation, it requires thorough management, both institutionally and socially. If not properly managed, diversity can unintentionally deepen divides and complicate social cohesion. To be united is not to be identical. To embrace diversity is to embrace strength. As we all know, migration has become one of the most sensitive challenges of recent years. Inherently, it does not have to pose a threat, but cohesion can only be preserved when integration is meaningful, supported, and inclusive. In Serbia, we are navigating our own diversity, whether ethnic, religious, or regional, with as much as 26 national minorities living in Serbia and 6 official languages used only in the territory of the autonomous province of Vojvodina. We are working to preserve those national minorities, their cultural identities, and their languages. We also recognize the importance of partnerships with our neighbors, and I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the excellent cooperation between Serbia and Hungary in regional development initiatives. Finally, I would like to reiterate that Serbia is fully committed to the European Union's values and principles. As a candidate country, we are deeply engaged in reforms that are not only necessary for our EU accession, but are also vital for the stability and progress of our own society. To put it simply, these reforms are vital for our people. From preserving minority languages in Vojvodina to active participation in Interreg cross-border projects funded under the €8 billion program for regional cohesion, including with our neighbor Hungary, we are living proof that European values can thrive even beyond the Union's formal borders. Serbia has also been investing in twinning partnerships with EU municipalities and managing IPA pre-accession funds to align rural development with EU regional policies. When we talk about our European path, we need to bear in mind that clusters for us are not just administrative categories, that they are our roadmap to European Union. Cluster 3 on competitiveness and inclusive growth is not just about economy, but about how to build a society worth staying in. Competitiveness is not just about faster economic flows, it is about creating a knowledge-based society. And in line with the European Commission's repeated positive assessments, we expect to open this cluster in the near future, and I would like to use this opportunity to ask you for your help and support. Cluster 4 on the green agenda and sustainable connectivity is not just about energy, but a vision of sustainable development. Green agenda is not merely about environmental policy. It is a moral choice about the world we leave to future generations. And in Cluster 1, we're not building foundations on paper, but on institutional integrity. Educating our youth in democratic values and cultural awareness is key to sustaining both identity and unity in the generations to come. The future of Europe must only be shaped in decision-making, not only in decision-making centers such as Brussels or Strasbourg, but also in places where European values are lived in everyday lives of our citizens. Serbia aspires to enter the European Union not as a country that is desperate for support, but as a confident partner, ready to contribute to its shared future. On behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, I reaffirm our readiness to build this future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for your keynote speech. And now I'd like to give the floor to Maja Rinneke from Switzerland.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, when I look around in this room, I see many faces, each shaped by different histories, shaped by different places. Walking through the halls of the Hungarian parliament earlier today, I heard a variety of languages. I encountered many viewpoints, and yet here we are, gathered in one room. The list of participants of this high-level conference distinguishes between member states, candidate countries, and guests. As you know, Switzerland belongs to the third category. When the Hungarian host invited me to speak in this session, I asked myself, what can a guest contribute to this conversation? What can Switzerland experience offer to our exchange? And what can we learn from each other? The title of this session invites us to reflect on some fundamental questions about the definition of regions and of the aspects of culture or identity. There are not just philosophical questions, there are political ones. because how we answer them determines how we govern, how we live together, and how we respond to the concerns and needs of our populations. Switzerland does not claim to offer a perfect model. But as a country that has long navigated the realities of linguistic, cultural, and regional diversity, we may have some experience to share. Let me highlight 3 insights from the Swiss experience that might contribute to our discussion. First, in Switzerland, we believe that trust begins locally. Switzerland is a direct democracy. That means our citizens not only elect their representatives, but they also vote on legislation, decide on concrete policy issues, and can propose amendments for the federal constitution through popular initiatives. This right to participate comes with responsibility. 4 times a year, Swiss voters go to the ballot box to decide on a wide range of issues, from national questions such as the introduction of a 13th monthly pension payment, approved in March 2024, to local matters like building a new hospital in their community or the adjusting the tax rate and budget of their municipality. Importantly, direct democracy is not limited to the national level. It also takes place at the cantonal and communal levels. And as I said, it goes far beyond electing local officials. I am convinced that when people have a real say in shaping their immediate environment, in their hometown, in their community, politics is no longer an abstract concept, and they are more likely to get involved. And they are more likely to trust the democratic process. Second, cultural diversity is not an obstacle, it is a foundation. Switzerland is a country of 4 national languages, strong regional identities, and diverse cultural traditions. And yet, our democracy functions. Why? Because our federalist institutions are built to give regions a voice. We do not try to overcome our differences, we build on them. That is why Switzerland is often described as a Willensnation, a nation of will, a nation held together not by linguistic or cultural uniformity, but by shared political will. What unites us is our commitment to work together despite our differences. That's why, under my presidency of the National Council of this year, I have chosen the motto, cohesion through diversity. This is more than a slogan. It is a principle, one that defines the Swiss model. Decentralized power through federalism, strong regional autonomy, and a deep trust in citizens. In our view, democracy should not trickle down from above, it should rise from below. Third, cooperation matters. Switzerland may not be a member of the European Union, but we are not a stranger to Europe. Quite the opposite. We benefit from strong bilateral relations, and we are deeply committed politically, economically, and culturally. To conclude, let me return to my motto, cohesion through diversity. To me, this expresses what modern democracy should aim for: inclusion, dialogue, and respect for difference, not as an end of itself, but as a condition for finding common ground. This principle guides how Switzerland functions today and how we prepare for tomorrow. It reminds us to remain open, to listen, and to adapt, all while saying true that what makes each community distinct. Europe, like Switzerland, is not a monolith. Europe is a mosaic composed of many languages, traditions, and institutions. And this diversity is not a weakness, it is a resource. Europe's strength lies in its ability to maintain unity through shared principles: democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. In uncertain times marked by war, disinformation, and polarization, these are shared foundations become even more important. But unity must never come at the expense of regional voices and cultural richness. It must include them. If you ever visit the Federal Building in Bern, look up at the entrance hall. There you will see the coats of arms of all our cantons surrounding the words Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. One for all for one. This is more than a historical reference. It is a reminder that shared responsibility and solidarity are essential to any democratic project. And perhaps it is also a reminder of the kind of Europe we all want to see. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity and your warm welcome here in this historic building. Thanks.
And we would like to thank Madam President for accepting our invitation, and I would like to thank you also for your keynote speech, as I would like to thank for the other two speakers for their thoughts. And now we shall turn to the requested interventions and the debate. There have been 16 requests to speak. First, may I give the floor to Mr. Søren Gilde on behalf of the Danish Parliament.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, regionalism and cultural identity are important subjects and not without complexity. And I don't disagree with the notion that regions are important for European cooperation. In Denmark, regions play a constructive role in European cooperation and are active in Brussels and engage with the European Union institution to represent their local interests. That is a natural part of a living democracy, and at the same time we must be careful. When cultural identity is framed in exclusive terms or used to draw lines between people, it can weaken the foundations of our shared European project. The European Union is built on even closer cooperation and coherence, not uniformity, but a willingness to act together despite differences. That cooperation has delivered peace, prosperity, and democratic stability. It remains essential at a time when trust in institutions cannot be taken for granted. As elected representatives, we must listen to our voters and protect the democratic values that bind us: openness, dialogue, and the rule of law. Preserving democracy is not just about national politics, it's also about how we work together across borders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Claude Wiesler, Speaker of the Luxembourg Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Luxembourg, the transborder logic is very important for us from a regional aspect, and through that we have a true European identity. A European identity is a fundamental part of our national identity. The motto of Luxembourg that has already been mentioned here today means that to us being Luxembourgian and European is one and the same thing. This is pretty straightforward in a country where 50% of the population comes from neighboring European countries, and even at a daily level, 1/3 of those working as us commute from beyond our borders. We are very important for the international community. This community constitutes a wealth, a richness for us, and therefore the freedom of speech and text is a fundamental value of us. And we talk about our own cultural identity, then we must also address who are the stakeholders of culture. Luxembourg provides a legal framework which provides funding for the various stakeholders, various actors, and there's a political will to fund artists with adequate financial means, because artists are critical witnesses of today's times, our own times. And in the context of political transformation, we see that cultural institutions and the media are increasingly facing the impact of censorship and financial difficulties. And for us, it is difficult to provide an adequate environment for the stakeholders to raise their voices there. The role of Parliament and the state is not to control artists, but to protect them. The various creators, artists, should therefore be supported financially as well, and not on condition of their loyalty. Multiple generations of artists who were free thinkers, sometimes to the detriment of their own freedom of thought, acted, but they did not become tools of propaganda. Thank you.
Mr. Marko Lotric from the Slovenian National Council.
Dear colleagues, when we speak about the future of cohesion policy beyond 2027, we must first acknowledge its foundation, fundamental, important. It is one of the EU most vital development policy and the key instruments for ensuring balanced economic and social development across regions. That is why Slovenia advocates for a strong, resilient and stable cohesion policy, one capable of responding effectively to geopolitical, climate and demographic challenges. In Slovenia, we are committed to measures that support regions with higher unemployment, encourage economic restructuring, and help maintain population levels in border areas. One of the key priorities remains the establishment of the second level of local self-government, politically and financially independent regions. Despite two failed attempts resulting from a lack of political will, the National Council of the Republic of Slovenia insists that decentralization is a necessary step towards balanced development. We must also recognize the culture dimension. The EU is a community of values and diversity. Slovenia actively contributes to shaping European culture identity through language, arts, and culture heritage. Slovenia's national anthem, Prešerna's Zdravljica, was recognized as a part of European culture heritage in 2020. Cohesion policy and culture diversity are not merely technical issues, they are the foundation of people's trust in EU. That is why we must stay close to the people by investing and by respecting their identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Anita Demetriou from Cyprus.
Dear President, dear colleagues, bringing the European Union closer to its citizens by embracing regionalism and safeguarding at the same time the Europeans' cultural identity is an integral aspect of the future of Europe. Today, the reality is that we have not managed to find ways to come closer to our citizens as much as we wanted. On the contrary, distrust and doubt seem to prevail most of the times as a result of extremism, propaganda, and fake news. The only certain is that being closer to our citizens The European Union can reduce the democratic deficit and protect against polarization and extremism. A strong European Union, a strong Europe that delivers results to all the citizens can only be built by increasing the trust to the European institutions and also by active involvement in decision-making. The European Union continues to be bureaucratic and not competitive to the extent we would like it to be. I remember before a couple of days, the Chancellor Metz said that we don't need so much more laws in the European Union. We need to safeguard the implementation of the laws, and I totally agree. So we need to promote the benefits of Europe, to act proactively, to protect our home that is being attacked both outside and inside. At the same time, we need to protect our cultural heritage, and especially in times of war and conflict, terrorist attack, and illegal trafficking of antiquities. I need to say that we need to urge our governments to ratify all the relevant treaties, including the Nicosia Convention, and I'm pleased that I have read that it is included in our results today. Our common European heritage crosses borders and national identity. Let's foster a genuine European identity that is based in our common principles and traditions, and this is the only way we will truly unify our European citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask all those who are speaking and all those who sit around them during the course of the discussion, if they could move away or better switch off their mobile phones, because they cause a very serious interference for the interpreters.
And now may I kindly invite Mr. Jussi Halla-aho, Speaker of the Finnish Parliament.
Over the past decade or so, there has been much concern and even panic in Western media and the political mainstream about the rise of nationalist movements, both here in Europe and in the United States. Many countries have initially done their best to demonize such movements and isolate them from decision-making. This is not necessarily a wise strategy. For one thing, if voters feel that their vote is cancelled, this certainly doesn't increase their trust in democracy and democratic processes. For another thing, political isolation only tends to strengthen the parties in question. Eventually, the entire political system becomes paralyzed, after which the mainstream parties must abandon the policy of isolation. This we have seen in several countries. Instead of panicking about Mr. Trump or similar movements in Europe, we should understand that there are reasons why a growing number of ordinary, normal citizens vote for them. People have genuine and legitimate concerns about many developments that take place around them. Mass immigration from the third world is probably the most important one. Well-to-do people, like us politicians, are more or less sheltered from the negative side effects of immigration, such as violent crime and the segregation of schools and neighborhoods. But less affluent people feel them in their everyday life. Furthermore, many people feel that their own national, cultural, and linguistic identity is a much more central European value than open borders or various progressive agendas, which have been often copied and imported from American university campuses. If the mainstream refuses to take these issues seriously, then frustration will grow and it will translate into popularity of so-called extremist parties. If we want to prevent polarization and fragmentation of our societies, we must make sure that our citizens feel that their vote is respected and that their hopes, fears, and concerns are taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next up is Mr. Richard Raši, Speaker of Slovak Parliament.
Opportunity to speak on a topic that touches the very heart of the European project, our shared identity rich in diversity and our responsibility to bring the European Union closer to the people it serves. As representatives of our nations, we know that Europe does not live only in Brussels. It lives in our cities, our villages, our dialects, our customs, and our festivals. The strength of European Union lies not in cultural uniformity, but in the capacity to unify citizens around shared values while respecting and celebrating who they are and where they come from. Slovakia as a country at the crossroads of Central Europe is deeply aware of the value of cultural heritage. Our identity has been shaped by Slavic, Hungarian, German, Jewish, and Roma influences, yet it has maintained its unique language, folklore, and traditions. We see cultural diversity not as a challenge to European unity, but as its foundation. As Milan Rastislav Štefánik, one of Slovakia's most esteemed figures, once said, our nation must not only be free, but also aware of its identity and respect the dignity of all nations. This thought speaks to the core of what it means to belong, not just as an individual, but as a part of a larger community. It's the recognition and celebration of our identities that will allow Europe to prosper as a diverse yet united continent. Cultural identity and national pride are the very foundations of any meaningful collaboration, both at home and in the wider European context. Regionalism, when embedded in solidarity and subsidiarity, can bring the decision-making closer to voters and empower communities and shape their own futures. Dear colleagues, the closer we stand to our citizens, the stronger Europe becomes. Let us continue to build the union that unites not by erasing difference, but by respecting and supporting it. Only then will Europe truly be a home for all its people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Mirjana, Speaker of the Latvian Parliament.
Distinguished colleagues, Latvia's membership in the EU has only ever helped to promote the use of the Latvian language and our cultural achievements. Every Latvian takes pride in the international recognition of our animated film, Flow, this year, an Oscar, a Golden Globe, and most recently the European Parliament Lux Audience Award. The film's success is down to the genius of its creators. However, it would not have been possible without international cooperation with colleagues from France and Belgium. Thank you. The film, Flow, tells the story of a solitary cat. The cat's home is destroyed by a flood. To survive, the cat has to cooperate with other animals. We in Europe are very diverse, but together we can achieve great things. Just like the cat in the movie and its peers, we as well can tackle modern challenges such as climate change, migration, and security threats. The process involves constant adjustment, but also development. Dear colleagues, we are all in the same boat, and we must work together to steer it forward, and we will see results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And now, Andrea Eder Gitzstaller from Austria. Distinguished speakers, dear colleagues, I'm extremely grateful for these very, very interesting contributions. And for me, definitely, the European Union represents a community of values And this has to be a common objective, to actually have constructive dialogue and a clear sense of responsibility to decrease the Union's red tape. European trust into the European ideal is not based on remotely issued orders, but from concrete, tangible experiences around us. And we have heard several times, of course, about the importance of the subsidiarity principle. The regional diversity is not contradictory to unity, quite to the opposite. It actually constitutes the basis of our common foundations, and it strengthens the region of Europe, strengthens the acceptance of European institutions. Austria, in this sense, looks on itself as a mediator, as a bridge builder between East and West, North and South. By virtue of our location in the middle of Europe, our sense of responsibility is important, but gives us an active role to help understand each other better. And we cannot disregard our neighbors either, and the obligations we have towards them. It's important that we should support uniformly Ukraine, and not only in terms of economical principles, and this is not only about political and economic measures, but this is a deeply rooted humanitarian obligation, for example, to assist in the return home of abducted Ukrainian children. So Europe is much more than a geographical area. This is a promise for the future generation. Let us continue this shared work as bridge builders in the interest of a strong, humane, and citizen-centered Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I will call Nils Bjørke of the Norwegian Parliament because he has to leave earlier. He should have taken the floor as an observer at the end of this, but perhaps everyone agrees that now it could be his turn.
First, let me thank the Hungarian Parliament for their warm welcome here in Budapest. European values are at stake in Ukraine. I fully agree with the previous speakers that we must keep up our support. From the years of 2022 to 25, Norway will support Ukraine and other countries affected by Russia's invasion with around 12 billion euros in total under the Nansen program. All political parties in Norwegian Parliament stand united behind this program. I'm very pleased that democracy is one of 3 priorities for this period on the EEA and Norway grants. The grants also included a special fund of 300 million euros put aside to support organizations who work to promote democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in Europe. From 2021 to 28, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein are providing a total of 3.3 billion euros to EU's 15 least wealthy states. Free and fair elections are the cornerstones of our democracies. This also means elections free from foreign intervention and fake news. We must become more robust against those who try to spread discord in our democracies. As MPs, we have a key role in protecting democracy in our own countries. We are right to be proud of our European culture and heritage. At the same time, one reason it is so strong is that it has changed over time and been influenced by voices both from within and behind Europe. This has happened because of a vibrant civil society, a free press, academic freedom, the right of assembly, and respect for different opinions. These values are under pressure many places, also here in Europe. In this context, I regret the recent ban on pride parades by the Hungarian government, and I urge it to reserve this ban. Thank you very much for your attention.
And now the floor goes to Vera Kováčová, Deputy Speaker of Czechia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Europe's facing challenges that we couldn't have imagined just a few years ago. The war in Ukraine has painfully reminded us that peace is not a given thing, nor is the ability to effectively defend ourselves against those who try to deprive us of it. The American policy under Donald Trump's administration shows that previously solid alliances cannot be relied upon without reservation, and above all exposes the lack of foresight that European political elites have displayed in the past. And we have to be able to respond faster. We have to call, or the times are calling for quick and radical solutions. And in such moments, we have to remind ourselves that Europe is not just a market zone or a defense alliance. It's also a cultural and historical project, and above all, it's a political project. So we must not forget that the European Union is not just about what it can do, but it's also about how it is perceived by the citizens of its member states. So from the history, from the past of our own country, we know how fragile multi-level state structures can be if the internal balance between center and periphery is lost, the balance between majority and minority, between efficiency and identity. The fate of Czechoslovakia, which is the country I was born into, and which is now split into two countries, is more than eloquently showing all of this. So therefore, it's the role of the national parliaments to weigh carefully any proposed change and to ask ourselves who it serves, whether it's been debated properly, and whether it strengthens trust and unity or weakens it. And we have to remind ourselves that Europe is strong when it does not stand still, but when it responds appropriately and responsibly to the existing situation. So Europe was and will only be strong if it's not an object, but a subject of change. So that's why, Festina Lente, haste makes waste, but let's move forward. Let's search hard and with humility for what unites us, and let's focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andris Grifroy, First Vice President of the Belgian Senate.
First of all, I'd like to emphasize
Először is szeretném a belga delegáció
deepest support for the Ukraine and Ukraine people who are fighting against the Russian aggressor for their freedom and also fight for the democracy of the European citizens. We want to say we stand behind you. This morning, I've heard the words, let's make Europe great again. Of course, let there be no doubt about it. But the EU will not be great again only by criticizing the European institution. The EU is not prepared, has failed, talking about EU colonization, EU is weak, etc. What we need are solutions. And these solutions have one target. Yes, we have to do better. Yes, we have to act as one bloc. Yes, we have to be inclusive in our directives. We cannot forget a group or someone. And for that reason, I believe we have to empower the regional and the local needs by bringing the level of competence for decision-making closer to the people. And that's what we call regionalism. But regionalism is not only about cultural heritage, languages, and traditions. Regionalism is not only to safeguard cultural identity. Regionalism is also about multi-level governance, not only in the executive part, but also for the decision-making part. Regionalism is about more bottom-up approach and less top-down. More tailor-made than a one-size-fits-all solution. The diversity of different cities, regions, member states enrich the global EU market and economy. And I'm also pleased that now this amendment is also included now in paragraph 20 of the conclusion of the presidency. And because this diversity is not in the contradiction of the unity of on the condition that we listen to each other, from the bottom up and from the top. Try to take into account their expectations. Let's make EU great again, yes, and let us act as one bloc, yes, where we more listen to the local and regional needs, where we embrace multi-level governance, and where we bring decisions closer to the people. Thank you.
Madam Kerstin Lundgren, third deputy speaker from Sweden.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the title of this session refers to the need for safeguarding Europe's cultural identity. And as the background note rightly points out, cultural and linguistic diversity is a defining feature of Europeness, or united in diversity, as the motto of the European Union concisely put it. This motto symbolizes how we as Europeans work together for peace and prosperity, enriched by the many different cultures, traditions, and languages of our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the European Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. All member states, without exception, must respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, or linguistic, or other minorities. Put simply, everyone has the right to enjoy all the human rights and fundamental freedoms that exist. This includes LGBTI persons, and I will devote the rest of my brief remark on this group. We live in a world where LGBTI rights are being attacked and weakened. People are being discriminated once again against and abused. Governments are using prejudice and ignorance to encourage hatred and violence. This also happening on our own continent. But we also see narratives from different places saying that Western democracies are becoming more decadent and in moral decline, partly because they protect the rights, the human rights, also of LGBTI people. In this way, the issue of LGBTI rights also becomes part of the larger geopolitical confrontation between the democracies of the free world and various oppressive authoritarian regimes. In this context, it is more important than ever to defend LGBTI rights. So let's send a clear message to all the world's oppressors. It's not about decadence, it's about democracy. Thank you.
Jean-François. Thank you, and now may I invite Jean-François Rappeneau.
Session met à l'honneur le régionalisme et la sauvegarde.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second session on focusing on regionalism in Europe and safeguarding Europe's cultural identity, which has always been a sensitive topic to France, which is a decentralized but unitary state. If we're talking about this topic, allow me to share with you that France is an indivisible republic, and no community or individual can hold the right to govern the nation in their own right. And although the language is part of the languages are part of French culture, the official language is France. And all this shows why France did not ratify the European Charter of Minority Languages and why we oppose special and collective rights to be granted for certain minorities. Therefore, you might understand that we recommend amendments to the presidential conclusions. The Senate represents the local governments which stand closest to the voters and play a fundamental role in the field of solidarity, and we must take into consideration regional differences in cohesional policy which currently are heatedly debated. In the upcoming reform, we must not cut off the connection between the EU and the regions. The European Union's cultural and economic cohesion is a fundamental objective in the treaties, and this must not be weakened. I would also like to emphasize that the EU must take more into consideration the characteristics of ultra-peripheric regions. The committee will visit Brussels next week in order to protect the exploitation of the entirety of treaties. Finally, allow me to share with you the motto of the European Union, united in diversity. It is the unity strive to achieve through the European Union will help us, and we must make sure that we should not slip into a de facto single language, and therefore for national parliaments it is indispensable that the text provided by the European Union be translated to the various languages as soon as possible so that they can intervene into the process of European legislation. The motto of the EU also forces us to emphasize the importance of our joint rights, democracy, rule of law, human rights, which are attacked by external powers, for instance, in the field of destabilization within our nations. Next up is Monsieur Bruno Fuchs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, presidents, participants of the conference. Europe is in a paradoxical situation, in a great paradox because we at the same time live in great injustice. I believe that the current social model that we recommend for our citizens is the best, based on multilateralism, the rule of law, freedom rights, due to which everyone has enjoys freedom of speech, can travel wherever they want, regardless of whether they come from Iran, South Korea, or China. People would all like to live as we live here in Europe. This is the paradoxical situation, therefore, namely that they attack us because we could see that in the morning as well, and we can see now even that the Russian war is still present in Ukraine. Cyber attacks and attempts at intervention, attempts at external intervention and internal interventions as well. On the one hand, we face imperialism, and on the other hand, we have nation states. I believe that we are Europeans, and our language, our culture, our roots, our science make us European, regardless of whether we live in Brest or Athens or elsewhere. Everyone strives for freedom. However, this is wished to be suppressed by many authoritarian regimes. Ukraine is also attacked everywhere. I would like to share with you proudly that every European nation is present here supporting Ukraine. The era of the French Enlightenment and the German Enlightenment also show that neighbors can establish joint culture. The diversity of languages, the diversity of local cultures, and its reinforcement is required through regional policies and cohesional policies and through the protection of minorities, since this is of fundamental importance in order to ensure that European citizens recognize themselves in European history. Unified in diversity and not in singularity. We face challenges, and therefore we were never forced to follow this motto and become unified in diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chairman of the European Affairs Committee of the Polish Senate, Henryk Sedlacek.
Schuman once said that we do not unite states, we unite people. I am a resident of the Polish-Czech border region, a Silesian, which is why Polish-German relations are not indifferent to me. We will always be close to people when we follow the example of a borderland that is tolerant and mutually accepting. One that accepts its own identity, its differences, and at the same time, unity in diversity. This is the protection and the future of our European community. Poland approaches these issues with great reverence and care, strengthening and enriching them through its everyday policies in this area. Much still remains to be done, especially at the external border of the European Union. However, mutual acceptance of our cultural identities within the European Union, it's both a legacy and the hope for us and for our children. Thank you so much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final speaker of the second agenda item, Shava Papuashvili.
Year's geopolitical upheaval reveals that cultural identity is crucial for defining the future of the European Union. While the other regions of the world outgrow Europe economically, expand their population and military capabilities, Europe's response should be rooted in our common heritage, values, and a persuasive vision for the future. Therefore, the common vision of the European future should rest on contrived ideological construction, not on contrived ideological constructs, but time-tested civilizational values. The discussion about the future of Europe should be a two-way movement, not a unilateral preaching about the virtues that only part of Europeans understand and agree. Unfortunately, this is what we see sometimes in some European countries and institutions tends towards some of its members and candidate countries. The paradigm of this attitude is that some countries should be trained towards becoming truly European, according to the standards that are, by definition, essentially contested. As newcomer to the European Union politics, we clearly see that there is a certain hierarchy of Europeanness inside the Union. However, nobody should have monopoly on that matter. Europe was always evolving, and its current institutional form, the European Union, does not represent Europe in its entirety. Therefore, the EU should listen to wider Europe, new, old, and the oldest. In our case, even if we regained our formal independence in 1991, Georgia has had extensive history of national governance for many hundreds of years and unique culture that spans millennia. The seeds of our parliamentarianism can be traced back to the same time as the signing of the Magna Carta, when Georgia witnessed the first attempt of curtailing the rights of absolute monarchy. We are also co-creators of modern democratic Europe. I represent the parliament, which was first elected democratically in 1919, which had the first ever internationally unprecedented progressive social democratic majority, and which ensured women's full electoral rights, including 5 women parliamentarians being elected 106 years ago. Therefore, for Georgia, becoming member of the European Union is not about entering an exclusive club, but a long overdue reunion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind thoughts, Mr. President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I have indicated, we have come to the end of item number 2 on the agenda, and as I've also previously indicated, I will now give the floor to the Speaker of the Danish Parliament, because as of the 1st of July 2025, the Danish Parliament will assume the role of the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and this is what Mr. Speaker would like to present to us. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to thank our Hungarian host, for arranging this year's Speakers Conference in such a magnificent and historical setting as the Hungarian Parliament. It is a great honor for me as Speaker of the Danish Parliament to say a few words about the upcoming Danish EU presidency. The official program of the Danish presidency will be published by our government before the end of June. At that point, we'll be able to go into more detail. But let me start by underlining how proud we are to take on this task, guided by a strong belief in the European project and a clear commitment to working together to address the challenges we face today. During our presidency, the Danish Parliament will host 7 interparliamentary conferences. At these meetings, we will focus on key topics such as security, EU enlargements, competitiveness, and the future European budget. These conferences offer an important opportunity to listen, to learn, and to shape the future of Europe together. Dear colleagues, personally, I look forward to welcoming all of you to Copenhagen next year for the Conference of Speakers of the European Parliaments from May 3rd to May 5th, 2026. This event will take place in our capital, and we do hope you will join us in Denmark for an open and honest dialogue, for stronger cooperation between our parliaments, and to ensure that parliaments continue to play a vital role in shaping Europe's future. Thank you. And then I should be here. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call your attention to this video that we hopefully will all be seeing. Despite the size of the monitors, you can all enjoy this video. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're all rooting for the success of your presidency, and we look with great anticipation to this period. We hope we will see many of you in Copenhagen once we visit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the adoption of the presidency conclusions. I am more than happy to share with you that, take into account all the amendments, we now have a compromise version that has been developed and reviewed by the Troika, and following this morning's discussions adopted it. There was an opportunity until noon to submit technical amendments. We endeavored to create a text that enjoys widespread consensus amidst otherwise diverging views. We tried to take into account, reflect the different positions in a balanced manner. I would like to thank all delegations for their openness and willingness to compromise, with which they have contributed to our common success. I would also like to share with you that the distributed document this text that is a compromise text, which, in accordance with practice so far, we made it possible for the Bulgarian delegation to also include a remark, a note. There's a side opinion to the 24th and 25th paragraph. I do not want to detail this. I would just like to note that the Bulgarian opinion is also reflected in this compromised text. If there's no other remarks, I would like to propose that we adopt the final version of the conclusions. Thank you very much. If you will allow me, I would like to briefly close this session. I'd like to express my gratitude to your very valuable contributions with which you've enriched the success. This success is formally complete. We've managed to adopt a compromise document that reflects everything in which we agree, but also leaves the opportunity for dissent, which I believe is something that we have a right to if we represent sovereign member state parliaments. I've not been an actor and participant to international arguments and debates as Viktor Orban has been, but for 15 years now, since 2010, I have participated in quite a lot of conferences like today, and unfortunately, the formal limitations of these conferences, the too wide framework for the topic, and the relatively short time only usually allows us to just declare our position rather than to work to have a real argument in order to understand each other's position. It would be difficult to change. However, if you would heed my proposal for the future, I think we should just give up on a practice that we have seen develop over the past decade and a half, labeling others and trying to discriminate against others who do not agree with the majority position. This is what is happening with the Patriot group in the European Parliament, and this is what is happening in the internal politics of certain member states. I don't want to elaborate on concrete examples, but I thank the Finnish speaker for the remarks he made, because this inspired me to mention this in my closing remarks. A German liberal member of Bundestag, who is no longer a representative, said in a debate, in a rather self-critical manner, we are threatened by the position developing that we are not protecting democracy, but we are afraid of democracy. This was, of course, because of the process through which they tried in a legal way to discriminate against political actors. There are several countries here, representatives of several countries, who understand precisely what I'm going to be talking about. Post-1945, Hungarian communists started to discriminate against their political opposition by declaring that there is no democracy for enemies of democracy. I'd like to reassure you that Hungary is interested in a strong European Union, even if we might have fundamentally different opinions on the path leading to such a European Union. So I'd like to reject anybody labeling, stigmatizing us and others who represent their own interests in a community in which normally they are all peers and equal right participants. And I'd like to shortly comment on a remark which pertained to the LGBTQ rights and the Pride March. We will consider every benevolent criticism. However, we do believe that for the moral development of our children, it is our right, and it is up to us to decide what we allow our children to witness or what we have our children have access to. I still find it quite peculiar that while we are being heavily criticized, and others are also heavily criticized, meanwhile, when it comes to the suppression of national minorities, we didn't hear a word here today or elsewhere. There was loud applause for the Ukrainian speaker, and I will accept this despite the fact that you might not believe, but we actually feel compassionate for them for their suffering. But their suffering does not entitle them to deprive national minorities, including the Hungarian national minority, from exercising their fundamental linguistic rights, from going to their national minority schools. Today, the regulation in force in Ukraine forbids Hungarian mother tongue students during recess between two classes to use their own mother tongue. Two Hungarian students in Ukraine between two classes is obliged to speak Ukrainian with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, so I would like if we all stayed on the basis of reality and to measure and look, compare each other on the basis of this. And I thank everybody who shared their opinions based on this consideration. Otherwise, I do hope you will visit us more often. You will visit us under the auspices of bilateral relations. We are all for correct, equal partnerships. May God have His blessing on you and safe returns home. Thank you very much.